think we've sorted the internet issues. Let's see if you can answer this. So what is your current experience? So I'm just going to use, so who is an expert? This person knows all the Power Platform, uses it, makes good money with it. Just stand up if you're that person. Okay, I'm standing up. So I guess it's only me. That's not, okay. What about, let's say if you never heard of it at all, just put your hand up. You've never really heard of it, just today. Okay, you're in a good spot. Do you know why you're in a good spot? Because you're going to learn the best practice. You're going to learn the best practice from the start. Some of us have been doing it for a long time. We've been bringing our bad practice. So you're going to learn the best practice. Great. So I'll leave all the polls for now. Unfortunately, the technology is not working. And I'll just go straight into the presentation. All right, so digital transformation. When you're looking for work, and maybe I'll use hands. How many of us are looking for work right now? Anybody here? Okay, quite a lot of us. So there's a session we're going to do later on interviews. We're going to try and train you on how to interview. One word you should definitely know about when you're doing your interview is digital transformation. Every company in the world is basically going to be digitally transformed. Every company in the world is going to be a digital company. Whether you're manufacturing something, you must have that digital space. You must understand digital, right? So digital transformation, try and understand it. We have empowered employees. That's the first thing. You have empowered employees understanding how to use data to empower everything that they're doing. Everything revolves around data. But this empowerment leads to engaged customers. So when a customer basically comes into your office and you say, hi, Mr. Philip. Mr. Philip, how did you know it was Philip? Because he sent you a survey the other time and you saw his picture and you know it's him. So you're using data to kind of engage with him directly. So engaging customers is part of digital transformation, and then transforming products. So your products, all of them are tied digitally. You have an app you've built and your product is running through that app. So you have transformed products. Now with engaged customers, empowered employees, and transformed products, you can have optimized operations. So you optimize your operations can run seamlessly. A lot of us have been working from home, and that is because of that digital transformation. If you haven't transformed digitally, you can't work from home. You must work from the office physically. So that's digital transformation. With this loop, what happens is you have data intelligence. You have captured digital signals from everywhere in your business. Every single thing has a digital signal. If you look at Facebook, you've gone on to Facebook, everything you do there is recorded. So in fact, I think sometimes I tell people Facebook knows you more than you, because you see certain things and you're like, wow, how did it know that? Of course, it knows you. So there's always digital transformation in every single data product you use. So capture digital signals across businesses, connect and synthesize data. That's the next thing you do. And then you take action. So once you can move from action, from data, from signals to action, then you actually have a digital transformation or digital feedback loop working. Microsoft Power Platform. So the Power Platform itself is built as a low-code system. So you don't need to be a developer. You don't need to know how to code to use the Power Platform. Everything in the Power Platform that I will show you can do it in 5 minutes. You can start with the first one, Power BI. You can do business analytics in 5 minutes. You just have your data, connect to it, and you'll be able to do some analytics. This, I think, even though I'm a bit biased, this is the first bit I think you should learn. Why? Because your CEOs, the executives, that's what they see. They will see these beautiful visualizations and everything, but at the back end, there's a lot of work going on, right? So that analytics, you need to be very good at visualizing data. Then Power Apps, you have application development where you're building applications. So the same apps you see on your phone, but this one is more like corporate apps. So the corporation, people within the corporation mostly are the ones using that app. So they log on to an environment. So Microsoft will give your company an environment. When you log into that environment, you create an app for that environment. and then everybody in that environment uses the app. So let's say you have 1,000 people, even say the elections, for example, you're managing the elections. You have about 1,000 people working all over the country. It's easier for them to have their app, log in, do whatever it is they're doing, and then you have a central data dump. So everything that these 1,000 people are doing is all aggregated into one place because you're running it from an app, not paper or pencil. So Power Apps, that's application development. Power Automate. Power Automate, take it as your automation engine. So you're connecting anything you do manually can be automated. So if you basically go to an email, somebody sends you an email and attaches something every day in your email. You've attached maybe a folder, and every single day you need to download that and take it to a folder, send an email to someone that says, hey, this person has sent us the document. All of that can be automated. So you just program it, it goes there, pulls out everything you did manually. Every step you did, you can program those steps. And that makes you far more efficient. And again, this is if you want to transform an organization. Imagine you're going for an interview and you understand the industry you're going for. Try and understand the pain points of that industry. What is the big problem they have? Or even ask what the big problem is. And in your mind, just think about triggers. These are different things that they're doing, these steps. And he asked the person at the interview, how long does this take the organization to do? I said, well, probably because when they say, do you have any questions? Please don't say no. Ask them the question. What's the biggest problem you currently have working with data and stuff? They'll tell you, how long does this take you? It takes me probably 10 hours, 20 people, 10 hours. 20 people, 10 hours. How many hours is that? My math's not very good. 20 people, 10 hours. 200, right? So 200 hours a week. How much is an hour worth to you? Probably 10,000 naira. How much is that? 200 hours, 10,000 naira. How much? 2 million. So you now tell the person that I can completely automate that system for you. And how much is your salary? So you've already saved them 2 million a week. You're employed. Right? So those are the kind of techniques you should use in your interviews. And Power Automate, that's how you use Power Automate. It will automate that process, eliminate it from the business, and then, of course, makes you far more productive. Power Virtual Agent. Power Virtual Agent. This is a bot. We all know bots, right? This is a bot. Power Virtual Agent is a bot. It's like your employee. Again, another thing you would ask is, what is something you do repetitively that is so mundane that you wonder why people keep stressing you? Let me give you an example. Is there maybe you're somebody in the office that someone comes to and asks, please, can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with that? And it's good, you help people, but you spend about an hour a day doing that. A lot of people in HR do that, and anyone that's really good at anything would also have people asking them these questions. Why don't they just ask a robot? That's why. So you can create a robot of yourself. When people come, they ask me, can you help me change this to this? Can you help me do this? Can you help me do that? All those can you help me are questions. Frequently asked questions. You go to your Power Virtual Agent, you type all those questions there. These are things people ask. What is it that you do after they ask this question? Maybe the next thing you say, oh, let me try and understand what it is you're saying. Is it one of these three options? That's what you say in real life, right? Go to the bot and ask, is it one of these three options? Put those three options there. Then you know that the next thing you do is, okay, when they pick this option, the first option, it means that they need this file. So in the bot, when they click that, you tell it, when they click this, give them this file to download, right? You've eliminated that first step. Second step, when they click this, ask them another question. Oh, you said Power Platform. Which bit of the Power Platform are you interested in? That's your next question. So in the bot, you tell the bot, when they click this, give them a list of 4 things in the Power Platform. Power Virtual Agent, do you get? So then in real life, what do you do when you say, oh, it's Power BI? Oh, Power BI. Okay, yeah, you need a documentation. So in the bot, you tell the bot, when they click Power BI, then do this. So you sit down and recreate that process in Power Virtual Agent. It's extremely powerful. So you've now eliminated that mundane task. So you can now start doing higher value work. anytime, and this is for anyone in work now or going to work, anytime you see yourself repeating something, just know you are inefficient. You're repeating it many times, repeating it many times. Just stop and say, which one of these do I need to transform the way I work? Because at the end of the day, the Power Platform is for efficient working. It's a business application to make you efficient at work. So you should be able to identify one of these to say, okay, which one of these will solve this problem? Power Apps, you build an application. So instead of filling a form, I know a lot of, you're in Unilag, lots of forms. There are plenty of forms all over the place. Every single one of those forms can be made into an app. So you fill it in an app, and once you fill it in an app, it's now digital. So that's Power Apps, right? And there's so many more things you can do with Power Apps. Then the Automate itself, as I said, you're automating every single step of the way. So Power Apps and Power Automate, they work together a lot. Yeah, they're automating everything. And I've just talked about Power Virtual Agent. At the end of the day, all these wonderful things you've done and all the data in your organization, you need to visualize it so people can make decisions. And that is Power BI. So do you get the Power Platform, how it all works? Yes? And the most important thing there is everything is data that's feeding it. And nice thing about Power Platform is it can connect to every data source out there, including a PDF file. Even if you have a PDF file, to connect to the PDF file and suck the data out of the PDF file. It is super powerful, right? And so you have data connectors, you have portals, you even have portal apps now for Power Apps. AI Builder, so you could tell an AI engine to kind of look at the patterns there and do the work for you. That's AI Builder. And then Power Virtual Agents. And then, of course, you have the Dataverse. That's like the whole universe of data. So data is key. Let's try one last time. What industry do you work in currently? Try and answer that. Okay, so the tech is now working. We have a game that needs the technology. We'll see, hopefully it will work before the game. Okay, so this is the data. This is basically the platform itself, the Power Platform. So these are the four. Now, you don't need to learn coding to be able to use it. But if you're a coder, if you're a developer, you can also use it to really build some wonderful solutions, some really massive solutions using all the steps at the back, Azure services, Azure Office data services, and you have your Visual Studio. So if you're a developer, you can go deeper. But what I advise you do, go and play with this. You can get it for free. I'll give you the website since we don't have internet, right? I'll give you the websites where you can go to log on and get all of this for free. But what I'm going to do now is we're going to share experiences. We're going to just share some experiences around the Power Platform and business cases, use cases. And I'm going to bring up someone that's going to talk about Power Apps. What did she do with Power Apps? What kind of solution did she create with Power Apps? Well, just to remind you, what is Power Apps? You are building apps for web and mobile with Power Apps. You collaborate. You basically build out, remove IT development. You don't need IT to build it. On your own, you can build an app. With AI Builder as well, anyone developing apps can readily integrate AI functionality that automates tasks like image recognition and the rest. On the online Telegram group, once you join, I'm going to share an image recognition software built on the app that will look at your face and tell you your age. So I'll share that on the Telegram group. So you just download it, you look at it, you look at your face, you tell your age. If you look at a text, maybe a picture with some images or text in it, it will extract the image, it will extract the text from that picture, and you'll see how that works. And you'll probably see how to develop it as well if you join the Telegram group. And the anatomy of an app, well, any platform supports it. Any platform supports it, can connect to any service. And then you share apps like documents. So it's, if you know PowerPoint, then you can build the app. It's just like PowerPoint, you're dragging objects and telling this object, do this. And if you know Excel, in Excel, you can say, if this is that, then do this. Same thing in Power Apps. They built it a bit like Excel, so it's easy for you to use. Very, very straightforward. Seamless integration. Sorry, slides went off. Okay. Seamless integration. So it integrates with all data sources again. And again, you can use Power Automate to do a lot of the automation internally. Then extensible model. It's just like Lego. If you know Lego, you're plugging things into it and it works. Then you have what you see is what you get, which again, as I said, like PowerPoint, you're actually seeing and developing. You don't need to, it's not coding blind. You're seeing and developing as you move. Data connectivity, connect to over, as I said, 230. Currently, I think it's even 250 data sources. So 250 connectors to different sources. And if you're a developer, you can use something called an ODBC connector to connect to other sources that are kind of strange and don't have their own connectors. Then build in data platform. Use the common data service or common data service from Microsoft in store to build in your, as like a Canvas app directly. And then app logic. If you can understand formulas in Excel, then you can build formulas in Power Apps. So that's how it was built to make it easy for us to use. So to talk about Power Apps, just brief experience. I will bring in on board Chukwunoyo Kafo. So she's been an analyst and she's developed an app for a client, but she'll talk about some of the apps she's developed. So let's give her a hand to Chukwunoyo.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So my name is Chukwunoyo Kafo. Chukwunoyo Ibinabo Kafo. If you check down on LinkedIn. So, I'm a graduate of University of Calabar. Actually studied mathematics and statistics. So I joined D Brown last year, January, and I can say D Brown has been really helpful in my career. I've learned so many things on joining D Brown, and within 6 months, I was even able to start creating apps using Power BI, Power Automate, and also Power Virtual Agent. So I'm going to talk about an application that we developed for a client. So it's actually a mining company in Africa, about, I think, one of the largest gold mining companies. So that company it's kind of like in a location, and in that particular location, they have numerous staffs there. And in that company environment, you have the residential area, you have hospitals there, and you also have the mine site. So due to the emergence of COVID-19, that's the pandemic, there were a lot of things that happened. You know what happened? So many business folded up, and there were a lot of things. So many people lost their jobs, and some companies had to cut their staff short. So in this mine site, they had to restrict the number of persons that were coming to the mine site. If you notice, that's why some companies went remote. So sometimes you have to, send an approval form. I'm coming to the office today. Do not approve. Okay, if your reason is quite important, you should come to the office that particular day. So that's what happened in the mine. So they needed to put measures in place to mitigate the spread of the COVID-19 virus. So they actually started with a manual process. So we're going to talk about what Power Apps help them to do to transform this manual process. So what they started with, people come to the office, I've traveled, and then you just come back to the office. And then what they do is, what do we do? People are coming from different locations. How do we solve this problem? So what they did is they came up with a form, a normal form that we fill. And in the form, you have things like your name, your travel history, where have you been to? Do you have symptoms of COVID? All those are in the form before they now send it for approval. So they travel back home and they give that form maybe to the manager or anyone they see at the mine site so that they can approve that form. So they start waiting for approval. So something I didn't mention, they had to send most of the people living in the residential area out of the mine. So that's why workers were coming back or visitors were coming to continue their jobs. So they wait for approval, and sometimes it gets approved. Sometimes maybe if they have symptoms of COVID, they don't approve it. So when it gets approved, they have to come back to the mine. So it's just like a long process. Like today, I'll submit a form. Then tomorrow or next tomorrow, I'll now come back after they've approved it. So after they've approved it, you come back to the mine and you discover in large organizations you have your security there. They'll ask you, okay, what are you coming here to do? Something like that. And then you come, okay, my manager has approved me to come to the office today, but the security did not get an information as regards that. So now there's a communication gap. You are coming to the office, been approved to come to the office, but security doesn't have knowledge of that. So they needed to transform this process. They needed to transform it from a manual process to an automated process. So that's where Power Apps came in. They had to look for a solution. And at my company, D-Brown, we came up with a solution for them using Power Apps. So we integrated in Power Apps, you have three types of app. You have your Canva app, you have your portal app, and you have your model-driven apps. So we created a Canva app and a portal app. So I said Canva, model-driven, and portal apps. So for the Canva app, you have it like a drag and drop interface, like David said. What you see is what you get. Then your portal app is just like a portal, your normal website. So the staffs will come in, fill in their details, and then it's submitted to their manager. And then they use the Power Automate. With the integration of Power Automate, once you submit, you click the button to submit, it sends an email to your manager, oh, this person wants to come to the office. And then the manager can decide to approve or disapprove. So once they approve, those people at the security gate or the security department to get an email also, this particular person is coming to the office. So that's how we're able to use Power Apps to solve their problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Noya. Thank you very much, Noya. The key word there is problem, really problem. You need to identify problems and be a problem fixer. So don't go and say, okay, I'm a developer, I'm a this. No, you're a problem fixer. That's what you do. You fix problems. Because companies have loads of problems. And fixing problems means making money for them, reducing time that it takes to do that thing and making money. So a problem fixer. All right. So that's Power Apps. And let's talk about Power Virtual Agents. I already talked to you about Power Virtual Agent. You've created yourself, a mini bot of yourself, and it's automating those things that you really don't want to do. When someone asks you, can you help me? Yes. Is it related to this? Okay. Here's a link. Talk to my bot. Right? So talk to the bot and the bot solves it. But let's make this more practical. Let me introduce a colleague of mine, Sadiq. He has a bot that he built and he wants to talk about it. Sadiq?
Good morning, everyone. Are we still in morning or in the afternoon? Okay. Good morning, everyone. All right. So my name is Sadiq Yusuf. I work at D-Brown Consulting. All right. Let me ask us a question. How many of us are, should I say, a first-class student or daily student or brilliant student? For me, I'm a brilliant student from the back. So let me just, for you, some of us that are very brilliant in the class, in the department. Now, okay, let me just make it for us. Actually, you're given an assignment, GST 101 or MSc 101 and so on like that. With deadline, you need to submit the following morning to your class governor and so on like that. And your colleagues are already aware that you are the guru of the class. And you too, you have a lot of things that you are doing already. So it has already taken your time, and you have just limited time to complete that assignment and submit. So your timeline is very small. Now, we all know that when we are in school, a lot of people will just come to your house, copy and paste. How many of us do copy and paste? I'm number one. So follow me. Thank you very much. Okay, so we copy, we paste, and submit. But for some people, not people like me, I copy, I paste, submit. In the exam, we meet in the exam or do this. But for some people, they be asking, please, sorry, what's the name? Huh? Lola, Lola, please, I be like this. Are you also battling with yours? Another person is just dragging. Please, how did they arrive at it? Before you know it, time is going. They will not be able to complete theirs. And your major task of the day, you'll not be able to complete. And at the end of the day, just okay, final answer is 7, just 7 and submit. So we found out that that process it really affects you and people that surrounds you. The same thing in the workplace. Most especially, just like David said, for people that are very good or for the HR people. Let me use them as an example. I might come to ask HR, please, how many days do I have for my leave? HR, when are we going on? Is there public holiday on so date? Does the company has a policy for career growth? Can I, if I write any professional exam, will the company reimburse me? And if they are going to reimburse me, is it going to be in full or going to be part? Or and so many questions like that. Even some of us are interested in our pay. When will I be promoted? When will my salary increase? What can I do to get promoted within 6 months of joining the company? Because such questions, we have numerous questions. So this is one of the reasons why one of our clients they are being choked by questions from different departments here and there, different locations all over the country. In fact, one of our clients is one of the leading financial institutions in Nigeria. So they had to come and say, you know what? If we continue like this, we might end up dropping dead or even sack ourselves since we are the HR because we are no longer productive. They are no longer productive. And why? Because of all these questions here and there, back and forth. At times you find yourself answering the same question like 7 times in a day. They say, can I call you? When can I do this? Another person will make the same call. When can you do the same thing? You answer that same question over and over and over again. And just like David said, if you continue doing the same thing over and over again, then you're no longer productive. So let me come back to my story. So that client have to run to us, then we run to Power Platform. So that was what took us to Power Platform. Then we had to look for what can we use to solve their challenge. I don't like calling it problem, but it's a challenge. What can we use to solve that challenge? So we found out that they already have a data bank of questions, frequently asked questions. They ask us questions about this, about leave application, different types of leave that we have, the career advancement, my payroll, which I'm most interested in. So we have to run back to Power Platform, like I said, and we found out that virtual agent is a very, very, very interesting tool. It's a powerful tool that can solve that challenge. And another thing is Power Virtual Agent, you don't really need to build a solution with it, but you can also you can integrate all other powerful products of Power Platform, which are the Power App, the Power Automate, and in fact at the back end you can do an analysis of how it is running. So we look at Power Virtual Agent, all the different questions that they already have. So we use those questions to they already have answers to it. Everything is solved already. So we just use that to create a bot for them. So in case you don't know, Power Virtual Agent allows you by simply dragging and dropping. You just drag and drop. Then you have created your Power Virtual Agent. As simple as that. So another thing that we were able to do with the Power Virtual Agent is we not only build a chatbot that answers all the FAQs, but also we say you can still go a step ahead. What do you want to do again? Say leave application. Aside answering questions on leave, how many days am I entitled to, and so on. We have to also build a leave application. So they have a product they use to build to apply for leave. They call it the SAP success factor, right? So with the power of that, I said it's very powerful, very very powerful. In fact, if there's anything aside being powerful that I think we need to name this product, we need to give it to this product. We are very powerful. So we have to use from power. We don't need to go to SAP again. From Power Virtual Agent, Power Virtual Agent, you can apply for your leave. And just two things. For virtual agents, we have to be the connector. Like David said, we have over 250 connectors that Power Platform can connect to. So connect to the SAP. And when connecting to the SAP, it does two things. Number one is already have their leave information there. So you can retrieve any information about leave. Mr. Perry, you have used 3 days out of the 21 days. You can get it there. You have also number of days available. You can also get that there from there. That's one part of it. Then another thing is fetches information. Then another part of it is if you now want to apply, you apply from the virtual agent itself. And virtual agent what? Through the power of the send your message into the SAP itself. Then your line managers, others they can also what? They can always take it up from there. So Power Platform with Power Agent, we're able to what? To solve that is that another aside pain? Is really a pain in us. So yes, it is. So we are able to solve that. Then at the end of the day, we're like, thank you. It's as if you just put a of this. So that's how we were able to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for this. It was really very simple. No mind, it's not simple. At some point, yes, it's simple to do certain things, but then connecting to other data sources, sometimes those data sources don't come. If you get to somebody, you're talking to somebody, you guys know it. You're talking to that. It's that kind of thing. Sometimes the power intelligence trying to talk to somebody and the guy is on thinking just like we are. Right? So it talks to different things. That's what it connects to it. When you get connected, it is some programmers that are sat down and made those two things talk to each other. Talk now, don't be rude. Talk to each other. Right? And that's what it's connected. Now, when you don't have a connection, you need to kind of learn the language, the speaking French, the speaking German, and the English to get them to talk to each other. That's what I know. Right, so that crowd virtual agent, very powerful. I suggest you jump into this because not many people in the world know how to use this. You become the expert very, very quickly. Right? So power virtual agent. Now, how automate? This is the automation engine that can connect all these things and automate. All the other ones use power automation. Anytime you need to automate something, powerful. And automation works with triggers and action. What is a trigger? Something triggers something. Maybe someone goes to a website and clicks. That's a trigger. Right? Any trigger at all, any action, something that you can know something has happened, something has happened. When you log on to an app and you click something, that's a trigger. Any action and you do a trigger, that trigger will lead to an action. It's as simple as that. So you have triggers, action, triggers, action, triggers, action. Other applications are triggering to you. You have anything. When that application triggers you, this application, do this. That's it. You become an engineer, an architect, building a solution. And the nice thing about the platform, you just take each application, which one do you think will do this thing best, but all of them work together. So quickly, for only 3 minutes, to talk about how automate. Bring another colleague of mine in to just talk about this. We'll send this slide to you. I've talked about triggers and action. We'll see we should do some robotic process automation in power automation. Let's see. I mentioned power automation. Thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. The first thing, looking at the name here, let me think of I just said, unfortunately, I don't have information. I've been in Lagos more than a year, but I only know a few places. I know better. And then I know more of this one. Yeah, I know. Today is my first time in Yaba.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm ready about okay. Anyone coming right ahead? Interesting. Okay, let's talk about power automate. We've heard a lot about the power automate. And the bottom line is that we want to be productive with whatever we are doing. Myself, I have some attributes. One, I talk so much. I'm a talkative. Secondly, I'm lazy. So those two things would always push me back to think about whatever I do. I want to analyze what I'm doing and then saying, instead of having to do these things repeatedly, there should be a way out. So, like the example that somebody gave earlier, he mentioned that in the higher institution we have a number of times, yes, job assignments. Okay, it's not is it a crime? Our lecturers know now. They are aware. They know. But some of us, we are still lazy to do. And that's when we now speak to maybe a friend. Some people have girlfriends, right? And that's the essence of that girlfriend, right? What else does the person do? I told you, what's up now? The assignment. Oh, don't worry, I've submitted. She didn't do it herself too. She, But then, this person that's lazy is trying to look out for other means to get the same thing done, but probably faster. And that is the essence of you thinking around how to automate processes. Let me give us an example. Has anyone at any point in time you've had to transfer some files on your system, maybe onto a flash, an external drive? Have you done that before? Good. Assuming we want to transfer, say, 20 gig of data, that's the size of the file, from your system onto an external drive. How long will that take? How long? 1 hour? Sometimes a day. Sometimes the system will crash. Yes or yes? It depends on, the specification of the system, how heavy the files and all. But this is one of those things that we can actually deploy some of these products to do for us. Power Automate, to be precise. When we talk about Power Automate, we have a number of flows. 5 types of flows, basically. One of those is what is called the desktop flows or the UI flows. And that is what deploys RPA. Have we heard about RPA before? Robotics Process Automation. Have we heard about it? What's the difference between RPA and robotics? We have robotics, then we have robotics process automation. Are they the same? Are they the same? They are not the same, actually. So with RPA, you can actually design a flow within RPA that would go to that folder or whatever you want to transfer from your system and tell it to now save in the other directory. And that will be done in minutes for you. It's just for you to, after designing the entire process, you understand it, you have designed, then the next thing for you to do is to, make it active. Once you activate it, that's all about it. You just see that your flow is running, you see the number of seconds it takes, and then at the end of the whole show, you have your files wherever you want it to be. There are a number of things on Power Automate, really. One of those things I have personally, because at Deep Brown, one of what I do is I manage our webinars. I noticed that for webinars, after the webinar, I would have to send out the evaluation, the feedback in PDF to the speakers. But you understand that this thing that I'm sending, I send it out weekly. The feedback I would send out in PDF, I would have done a number of things. You cannot start your document on PDF. Do you start on PDF? Where do you start from? Maybe Word or maybe Excel. I would have put this thing on Excel. Then I'll save as to get it to PDF. Then I'll go to Outlook, the email, attach the file, then send. But sometimes I forget because I am correct. So now, what I now thought of is I'm sending out the same email. Dear, please find attached the same thing. You're not editing anything. So why should I do it weekly? So then I thought of, okay, what you can do, design a flow within Power Automate. The only thing you need to do is to say you extract the feedback. Once you have extracted the feedback, save it in a folder, maybe on SharePoint, OneDrive, just save it in a folder. Then have a flow that will pick that file from that folder and then convert it to a PDF. Once it gets to PDF, then the other part of the flow will be that send an email. So they send an email, pick the email address from whatever file you use as your data source, picks the email address, send the same thing, there's something, find attached. And that's all. And I'm there eating my food. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So thank you, Musin. That's not from Mushin. Yes, Musin is not from Mushin. So, and you pronounce it Musin. Musin. Yes. So thanks a lot for that. Again, he said he's lazy, but really, lazy people are very, very, very productive. Yeah. So, if you, in fact, you are busy pounding yam. How many of you pounded yam like this every time? I don't know who now came and said, "Look, I love this pounded yam, but really, I can't be pounding." And then, of course, you know what they invented? Poundo yam, right? The machine does it. So it's laziness is not too bad. Yes. So Power BI. So Power BI is, as I said, that's my baby. And Power BI, this is really what I want to do with Power BI is let's win a course. So we're going to win this $1,000 course now. We don't have much time to talk about it. I want you to go to that Telegram group if you haven't. All these resources are going to be there. We've had a little technology issues, but Power BI is that tool that kind of brings everything together and then reports on what has happened. So all the Power Apps, all the triggers, all the actions, everything, including all the data you have in the organization, connecting to it and building a data model. You're saying this data talks to this data, talks to this data. You have to understand how you build a data model. And then you now build that tool on Power BI. And the technology for Power BI is also in Excel. Many people don't know this. The technology for building Power BI, everything about Power BI is in Excel already. In Excel, it's called Power Pivot, a language called DAX. There's Power Query and a language called M in Excel. And all of that together is kind of what we have as Power BI. But instead of using Excel with cells, you're using like a canvas with like PowerPoint. So it's like PowerPoint, you're dragging and dropping. So they work very well together and it's extremely powerful. So that's Power BI. So what I'm going to do now is we'll just jump straight to, I'm just going to jump straight to the solution, or let's go to the winning this prize. So I want you to join this just to see who is going to win this $1,000, right? Because so you're going to go to a website called kahoot.com or .it, kahoot.it, kahoot.it, and you have this game pin. You put in that game pin, and the games will begin. So I'll give you 1 minute to just join, and then we play the game. I'll see who wins. 1 minute. Let's quickly join. Let's all join. Let's all join. Let's all join. After I see 30 people or 40 people, I'll stop it. So let's join. About 20 people have joined already, I've heard. Join, 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 join. It's hanging, right? The internet is, I think this is one of the oldest buildings in Unilag, right? Very thick, correct concrete. So data is not coming in. So let's join. I'm going to stop in 30 seconds. I'm stopping. It's still not in. I'm stopping. How many? So 30 seconds. Okay, 10 more seconds left to join. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you can see all the people. See your names: James, Crown, Bashir, Chris. Well, oh, see, they're all joining now when I said I'm stopping. Okay, are we ready to play? Okay, are we ready? Okay, we'll have consolation prize for second and third, just small consolation prize. Okay, let's start. So this is the quiz, general quiz. We're ready to start. First question up. What is the most popular Microsoft Office application? Very easy question. Speed, speed, speed. You have 10 seconds. Speed. What's the most popular Microsoft application? Very simple. Yes, which one is the most popular? What's the most popular? What's the most popular? Okay. Time is coming up. Time is coming up. Time is coming up. Time is coming up. Time is up. Right. Time up. All right. So what do you think? What do you think the answer is? All of you chose Excel because I've been saying Excel, 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 Excel. You are wrong. It is Word, Microsoft Word. More people use Word than Excel. Yes. So let's see who is leading this charge. Who is Dro? Who is Dro? Who is Dro? Just stand up, stand up, stand up. Where are you? Where are you? Dro. Oh, okay. Some people are joining us online too. So you're in the lead now. There are 4 more questions. Next question. How often is Power BI Desktop updated by Microsoft? How often is it updated? Power BI Desktop, how often do they update it? How often do they update it? You can be clicking next at the top. How often do they update it? Wait, let's see. Okay. Time is coming. Time. Okay, you're still answering. All right, time up. Wait, so 85 is monthly. Monthly. Let's see who is in the lead right now. Who is in the lead? Time points. Oh, Success Ikuku. Where are you? Success, where are you? Okay, you're in the lead right now. 1,906 points. Wow. You're not joking at all. Okay. So, next question. What is the name or new name of Microsoft Flow? What's the new name of Microsoft Flow? What's the new name for Microsoft Flow? Flow Master, Power Apps, Microsoft Connect, Power Automate. What's the new name for Microsoft Flow? You have 12 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, 7. Okay. Somebody's still thinking hard. Answer. Don't think too hard. Okay. So what's the new? Who said Flow Master? Let's see. Flow Master. That's a very nice name, but no. Okay, who is in the lead? Let's check. Success is still in the lead. Hey, Success is still in the lead. Success, very okay. Let's see who's going to overtake him. Let's go next. So, what year was Power BI created? I said it here. What year was Power BI created? What year was Power BI created? If you miss it, then you are just not listening to me. You're on your phone. What year was Power BI created? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. What year was it created? Is it 2010? What do you think? A lot of you got it. Who is that 2010? 15 of you. Where were you? 2018. Okay. So let's see who is in the lead. Have we overtaken Success? No. Wow. You know, it's also speed if you're very fast. So let us see if Success is able to successfully stay there as number 1. Who is the current CEO of Microsoft? It's not correctly spelled. So, what's the closest spelling to the current CEO of Microsoft? Closest spelling, right? Closest spelling to the current CEO of Microsoft. Okay. So, small error there. So, is it Steve Ballmer? No, it is Satya Nadella. And wait, let's see. Success. I'm rooting for Success. Is next. The podium, number 3. The third person is John. Who is that? Oh, yes, nice. No, Tommy is number 1 is Success! Yes. Come. So success, please. Success has won a 5-week program that will give him Power BI in detail. 5-week program worth $1,000. $1,000. Success. Excellent. So just tell us about yourself. Come up. Tell us just briefly about yourself. Congratulations. The other two, you're going to get trainings, but it's not definitely, you'll get some prizes. Yeah. Success. Tell us about yourself.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Success Ikuku. I'm a student of Unilag. I'm from the Department of Mathematics. I'm into data analytics, and I'm here.
Give him a hand. Excellent. So do please join the Telegram group. Do you want me to put it up again one last time? Join the Telegram group, and then you get all the materials here, plus the demos we couldn't do. You see the videos there on the Telegram group. Okay, so right, this was an important bit, but you will get this. There's a documentation for all the skills you need to learn. If you want to learn Power BI, we have all the exams you need to do. We have all that listed. So I'm going to put a PDF on the Telegram group, so you would download it. Good. So again, I'm just told that you're going to win exam vouchers. You have a challenge where you win exam vouchers to do these exams, all right? And we're trying to also get sponsorship so we can get free exams for you. So those are the exams. We go right. No, it's going the other way. Yeah, it's there in the end. Okay, so this is the Telegram group again. Make sure you join this. There are almost 1,300 people there. All the materials will be there and everything to support you to be powerful in Power Platform. Remember, this is transformational. This will transform companies, and this is how you can get a job. And frankly speaking, sometimes you don't need a job. Once you have that skill, you can be hired virtually anywhere in the world. Once you have that skill, you can sit in your house in Mushin. Please, listen, you need to go to Mushin to visit Mushin. It's a very nice place. So go to your house in Mushin and you work for a company in Canada. Why should you go to Canada? Is there Canada in Canada? No Canada in Canada. Stay here. Anyway, so you should basically be able to work for any company in the world here once you have this skill. So all the exams that you need to do and the support you need will give you that support. And so I'd like to say a big thank you very much to all the organizers. It's been a lot of work to get this organized. And thank you to you and thanks to Unilag for hosting us. And we'll see you online.
Thank you very much, David. Wow. He said this session will be explosive. Can someone confirm that? Was it explosive? Where is that success? I have one question for you. If you get this one, then you get another 1,000 gift vouchers. What month did David went to? What was that? For the Power BI preview meetup. Is successful? Are you success? Okay, so guys, I want us to put our hands together once again to celebrate the amazing work that is being done at Deep Brown Consulting. They're also one of our sponsors today. You can see different use cases of this Power Platform. So fantastic. I mean, those are ideas for you to catch up with easily. Who can mention the 4 applications in this stack? Someone. I know. It shows that the session was actually really grounded. It went deep. Now I'm about talking about the next session and bringing up the next person. But before that, I want you to pay attention and tweet what we are doing right here. Bring out your phone again and take a picture of someone beside you or the crowd, and make a tweet. Add something to it, add emoji, and put the hashtag GPPB 2022, hashtag GPPB 2022 Lagos. For the breakout session speakers, please can you go outside and meet with David right now? Breakout speakers, please go outside and meet with David. He's expecting you there. Okay. The next session we're having is a breakout session. Hello. Okay, so we're having a very important session, and I'm going to be calling on the moderator shortly. It is time to learn about women in tech. It is not only guys. You're going to see it right here how women are actually making us proud, how they're navigating their career despite the constraints and the barrier around them. And that could be not just inspiration for a lady, but also for guys. Guy, that's my weak point. That song is entering. Who is feeling the chant? That's awesome. Okay, so I'm going to be calling on Yinka Oker to bring on stage powerful women who have not only inspired me, but are constantly doing amazing work, not just in Nigeria, all across the globe. Once again, I want us to put our hands together as I make welcome Yinka Oker.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, afternoon. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome once again to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022, Lagos. So it's my pleasure to be moderating this session where we're going to be talking about what women in technology, what they are doing. We have very successful women on the panel, and they are going to just tell us what they are doing to be successful in their career. The first person that I'm bringing up, if you're on Twitter, and I know we talk about Twitter a lot on this platform, but it's really because a lot happens on Twitter. So I like to call her Big Names. And by that name, some of you already know who I'm talking about. So I will bring up Adora Nwodo. The second person on the panel, we call her MJ. She doesn't break dance, but she breaks a lot of things. Please make welcome Olajumoke Turiola. And finally, last but not the least, there's something I'm going to tell you about her later, but I'll keep that for later. Let's have Joan Ojochemi. Thank you for coming. Hey, I'll pass myself. Like that. Okay. Okay, so like every time, sometimes I feel like there's too much, I don't know if to call it attention or noise or a lot of talk about women in tech. Oh, we're trying to get women into tech. Oh, we're trying to. But after all of the talk, it just looks like nothing is changing. You still get into a company of 100 staff and there's only 2 women because it's a tech company and it just looks like, yeah. And people still make you feel like if you're the only woman in the room, they still make you feel like, what are we doing here? It's a man's world and things like that. So that's what we're going to be discussing on this panel. What are the things that we need to do, either as individuals, as women, or even as organizations, so that all of these misconceptions can be removed and women can actually have their place in technology organizations and in tech careers. And before I start talking plenty, I will just introduce our panelists so that we will not take too much time. The first person I'll talk about is close by my side, Jumoke Toriola. I've known Jumoke for like 2 or 3 years now, but it feels like I've known her since forever. She's been like a mentor, a sister, and everything. She's been a lot to me. Jumoke is a Microsoft MVP, and then she is also the CTO of Hashem Limited. Hashem is a consultancy company. They offer a lot of digital services to different organizations. And the second person we have is Big Names. Adora Nwodo. Adora is a software engineer at Microsoft. She's also an author. She's queen of open source. and she recently released a book called Cloud Engineering for Beginners. I just love her vibe. Like she's doing the thing, and she's on Twitter. She's so playful. She's just enjoying her life. Like I look up to her a lot. She doesn't know, but I'm telling her now. And then we have Joanne here. Joanne is like I want to call her. She does so many things. Joan is a Microsoft Office 365 consultant. She's a customer success manager. Then she does cakes. Like it's fantastic. It feels like it's out of place, but because I love cakes a lot. So when I said on her profile, I'm just like, "Ah, this woman, only you." But then it just shows that you really can be anything you want to be. Like you don't have to box yourself into a corner and say, this is all I can do. You really can be everything you want to be. So now that I'm done introducing our speakers, the first question that I would like to ask them is because we are saying women in tech are maybe they are not getting recognition they want, or they're not getting the space that they want. But we see you, and you're sort of proof to us that you can be a woman in tech and you can have a successful career. So, what is the one thing that you think has been the ingredient that has helped you to get your career to where it is today? I'll start from Jimmy.
All right, thank you, Olayinka. And then good afternoon once again. Okay, we're still in the morning. Good morning once again, everyone. I'm super glad to be here. I hope every one of us are catching phone. All right, so to the question, Yinka, for me, I think one of the ingredients that can make you still relevant as a woman in IT, I'll say, is the one, the amount of time you dedicate to yourself and to invest in yourself. So there are a lot of things we women do. I mean, apart from the upfront, keeping the upfront, and then a lot of times that you have to also juggle between the workforce and all of that. But one of the things that I've tried to do and then to maintain relevance also in IT is time. The time I think I invest in myself. And time to us can mean a lot of things, like I used to tell people. Your time can be the time that you want to meet up with friends. Your time can be the time you want to go to Instagram. Your time can be the time you want to, I mean, do any kind of thing. But what I normally tell people is this: one thing that is clear in life is that God has not given me 24 and a half hours. He has given every one of us time equally. How we make use of that time is what makes you I mean, what differentiates you from the other person. I mean, so how do you, at least a lot of this comes, I mean, what is happening right now, there's a lot of noise around this. You decided to use your time to do this, to come in here to come and get trained, to come and learn and all of that. That is what time is. If you have a proper definition of what time is and what it is to you, I can assure you, you can make the difference even in the community, whether you are a female or you're a male. But for female, why I'm emphasizing the word time is because a lot of time people look at us that we have a lot to do, which is the truth. We have a lot to do. But then the management of your time and investing that time productively to yourself makes you very relevant in IT. And so that's one key thing that I normally take with me.
Thank you so much. Could you ask the question again?
The question is, what is the one thing that has helped you through your career so this thing got true?
Okay, because I wanted to answer I wanted to remember the question so that I'm not influenced by her answer. I would say the one thing for me would be intentionality. Maybe in 20 to audacity at this point. But I think that it's something that is very important because being intentional or being audacious, well, if you take that and transcend that into like different parts of your life, it shows. So you can say that you want to be intentional about balance in your life, and then you take the steps that make it easy for you to have that balance. You might say you want to be intentional about getting a particular certification, then you go do the thing for you to get that certification without waiting on or waiting for anybody. You might say that you want to be intentional about um, maybe like you are working, and then you want to be intentional about your work and your deliverables and work towards getting your first promotion after like a year of working wherever you're working. Being intentional and knowing that you have to put in the work in different areas of your life to make that happen is what sets you apart from the next person. Basically, being intentional about what you want to do, having those dreams, having those plans, and following through with every single thing you do is basically what got me to what I am doing. Because I mean, at the end of the day, we're all human beings and we all have like fancy dreams. But you can be dreaming on your bed and be saying, I had a dream that I was swimming in money. And then you will wake up, and if you don't do anything about it, it's going to keep being a dream for the rest of your life. So, what's important is that when you have those dreams, back it up with action in any single thing you are doing in your life. Make sure there's always that intentionality.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Yinka. I actually love the response from Jumoke and Adora. You guys stole words from my mouth. So, for me, I would say one thing that has helped me and then brought me this far, right, in my career and in life in general, would be the ability to prioritize, right? So, as human beings, of course, there are so many things that you want to do. There are so many things you would love to achieve. We all like to dream big, and then we all like to, probably you're on one path, and then you see or you meet someone who is also doing something else that catches your interest and all of that. And, you just want to do so many things at the same time, right? Even at the place of work, you can have so many tasks being assigned to you and all of that. But then you should be able to prioritize which is most important and then take it from there, right? um Along my career path, I've found myself in various positions, support agents, deployment, customer success, technical account management. And then for me personally, also having to balance all of that with cake making, that's entrepreneurship, right? So because it's not just cake making in my house, I'm actually doing it for baking for people's events and all of that, and getting to balance that with my career, right? So it's my ability to really prioritize, get to know which is the most important. How can I do all of this, stay relevant, and still continue to make a positive impact in wherever I find myself, right? And you said one thing. Let me just add one other thing. Also, the ability to network. I am ordinarily, or should I say, originally, I'm an introvert. I remember when I finished school, I always found it hard to, mingle with people. I started my internship position, and then my colleagues would basically be like, you've been seated here for a number of hours. You're chatting with us and all of that, but you're not talking, right? So I had to learn to, communicate with people. And sometimes I'll be thrown under the bus. Your line manager just says, you need to go and have this training and all of that. But all of that experience helped to build me to who I am today, right? And then, being open to continue to learn, right? Continue to learn from different people in different areas and all of that, and just finding that which is relevant and putting it into practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The way I would summarize what all of them have said is that, so I feel like the starting point is that you need to be intentional about what you want to achieve with your life. And after being intentional, it's not just saying, oh, okay, I want to travel the world, and you start dreaming of traveling the world. You will now put a plan into how you're going to achieve that dream. And putting a plan into it means planning your time, knowing how long in a day you want to spend on Instagram, on TikTok, on Snapchat, on Microsoft Learn, on Data Camp, on Udemy, how long you're going to spend cooking or eating or hanging out with your friends and all of that. And after you've done all of that, you now have to find a balance between all of the things that you have to do. Okay, which one is a priority? Which one can wait till next week? Which one can wait till next year? Okay, I want to learn how to drive, but I don't have a car now. Why not do this my data camp course first? Next year, when I start having money to buy a car, then I'll learn how to drive. So it's putting all of that together and finding a balance in your career. Now, yesterday, I was having a discussion with my colleague around women representation, women in tech, and all of that, because I kept arguing that I think that women are marginalized. I think that all of that, and she said no, that she thinks that women are not putting in enough effort. That women just want to sell hair on Instagram. So I was like, no, that's not true. That the only way we can know is to look at the application data. Maybe either they are applying for jobs or they are applying for funding or they are applying for that. If you look at the application data, yeah, you may not see 50% women, or you will see, say, 30 or 40%. But by the time you look at the people that were successful, you see 2% women. So does it mean that the women were so dumb? I thought that I don't agree that women are not doing enough. That I think that there are systems that are stopping women. And I want to direct this question to Jumoke, because I know that you are on a lot of communities. Some, the one we are together, that is for women. There are some others that are mixed. I think Dynamic 365 group. So you're in a lot of these communities. So you have seen how what young people's attitude is to learning, to building a career. Do you agree that women are not doing enough? And I want you to tell us the truth, because there are a lot of women here, and let's know, are we not doing enough?
Okay, so you said I should say the truth, right? And then I like to be honest, because I want to go to heaven. If you want to go to heaven, also try to be honest. So, first of all, what I'll say is this: we're doing, but there's still more to do. That's being honest. There is a platform, but the truth about it is that um, we are not moving at the speed which I think, in my own opinion, we're supposed to be moving as women in IT, because the gap is actually very huge. And I think there is a lot of factors that plays into this, but one of the thing I can highlight to be the very first one is um I think it has to do with us first, with the individual, with the women. We need to change our mindsets that being a female is just a gender. It has nothing to do with your skill sets. If you have that in at the back of your mind, then there is no thing that should deter you to move forward. I'll say this because I studied electrical in Yabate, quite all right. But then we're only three women in the class of 115, and I happen to be the only woman that graduated. So um, is a lot, because at the end of the day, you find that everybody just drop off, and so being the only woman still in the class, I faced a lot of challenges. I will tell you the truth. And I think those challenges start even from when you're in school, when you want to go into these STEM courses, or any of these courses, because you feel so the pushback first from maybe the male counterpart, what are you doing here? Is there? And then I used to tell myself, if you can do it, and I think I can do it better. I mean, right from when I've been little, I used to tell myself that um, I have a lot of things. I want to become a medical doctor. That was my first plan. But you know the way JAM used to do us now. So I ended up, when they gave me microbiology, I said, for what? I beg. So I decided to go to Yaba Tech instead, and I didn't regret it going to for electrical anyway. So I mean, where I'm going is that you have to change your mindset first as a female that find yourself in any form of STEM kind of thing, in terms of your career course. Don't limit yourself. And I think you having that confidence in yourself, that you have that inherent skills that God has given you, and you can achieve whatever you put your mind into as a female, will make you go higher in your career. So that's one of the things I've seen. But a lot of times, it starts off with, maybe even when we finally finish the school, we decided that, okay, we want to get into the family way. After we've got into the family way, what you started with, you cannot even pursue it. And when you've got into the family, maybe you are even still trying to do it. The next thing is that when you start giving birth, it becomes an issue. And so it still goes back to the first question. You have to be very intentional about what you're doing. So yes, the gap is there. That's the truth. Are we doing? Are we trying? Yes, but we are not doing enough. So I want to challenge every female in this room to say that I'm going to take up that course, not just that I just passed through university and finished, and I did electrical, I did computer science, I did all of that. And by the time it is time for work, you start going to look for probably maybe a secretary, a reception. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can't start off with that way. I mean, I'm not saying you can't do that, but make sure you do not lose your focus, or you don't lose your dream, which is in the first place why you decided to even try to do that computer science, why you decided to do that IT related course in the first place. So that will keep you going, even with all of the obstacles in the industry. Yes, we face a lot, that's the truth. But then that should not deter you. What I normally tell people is that when people tell me that, oh, it is the way my bosses treat me, that's why I left IT. And I tell them, I said, no. I mean, your boss cannot make that decision for you, because you have a reason why you joined IT in the first place. So I would think you should be there. But if you feel victimized, or that, tell yourself, is the feedback I'm getting constructive? And be truthful that it's constructive, and then work on it and make yourself better. So the truth, a lot for us to do. And then I am hoping that all of us female in this room, we take this clue and make sure that when you finish or you are in work already, don't lose focus. Just continue that course or that career in IT. Thank you.
Okay, I want to answer this question as well, and I will start by asking the audience a bunch of questions. Because if you're a lady here, can you put up your hand? Okay, so there are a bunch of women here. Very good. If you are a lady that knows what you carry here, can you put up your hand? That feels like you are smart, that knows that you are talented. I'm not looking, if you have low self-esteem, please put down your hand. I'm not talking to you. People that are serious, can you put up your hand? I want to see those hands. Okay. If you watched the Flutterwave 3.0 announcement yesterday, please can you put up your hand as well? Only 3 people. Okay, so this is an assignment from me to you, maybe when you live here. There's a woman, her name is Toby. I don't want to try and pronounce her surname right now, I might not get it. But I think Olutoki or something. Otokiti, thank you very much, God bless you. Toby Otokiti, she's a PM of Flutterwave. And when they were making all their different Flutterwave announcements yesterday, startups, this one, finance as a service, blah, 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 she announced the bata upgrades. And she was heavily pregnant. She was heavily pregnant. I know that on Valentine's Day, because I follow her on Instagram, right? I know that on Valentine's Day, she finally posted her pregnancy shoot, which I think maybe was after she gave birth finally, right? So maybe she's just like, okay, Valentine's Day, this is a Valentine's present from God to me, blah, blah, blah. But I already saw, like, early this week, Monday, I think Valentine's Day was Monday. I already saw Monday this week that she was pregnant, and I did not even know. And this is somebody that was already on maternity leave, and we did not even notice why she wasn't sulking. Another thing, even when she was still heavily pregnant, I mean, there's the whole remote thing right now. So even when everyone was going, because I mean, GB tweeted it yesterday, even when everybody was going to go do their different shoots for the different part of the announcement, everybody flew to her because she didn't want to, like, be flying up and down and stuff like that. There's a question that Yinka asked at the beginning, and I've come to learn that life isn't necessarily black or white. So I wouldn't answer you and say, yes, women are marginalized. I wouldn't also answer you and say, yes, a lot of girls on Instagram just want to sell hair. Because the truth is, those actually exist. We are, let's be honest, and women being marginalized is a power dynamic thing, not really a gender thing. And it's something I want people to really understand. Because of the way the world is, patriarchy in the society, people have carried it as their mantra and crown on their forehead, and it's everywhere. And it even shows in how people tweet or say some certain things on internet and just be like, I don't understand, is this person normal? So because of that, it seems as though there's this power thing where they're like the men supposedly, because me, I would never accept it. I'm sorry. The men supposedly have all the power, and then the women are gunning for that power. So there's that power dynamic. So it would look like, and I don't want to explicitly say women are marginalized and just say it like that and make it a gender thing, because I've seen cases where even in offices where there are some female leaders that are in power, they are oppressing the men. So the marginalization, the thing is not really about the gender, right? But it's more about power. So yes, women are marginalized, but people are still selling things on Instagram, and that's just all they want to do. You see girls tell you that, see, and sometimes I talk like that because I mean, I didn't come to this world to suffer. But you see people telling you something like, I didn't come to this world to suffer, please, I just came here to enjoy. My name is Oriaku, all of you should leave me alone. I want to eat everybody's money. People say this. Me, to be honest, I say it too. But the thing is, when I'm done saying it, I still go and make my own. So I will make my money, eat my money, and eat your own. All of us will be happy. But there's some people that just only want to eat your money, and we see it every day. So it is true. What makes you different, or what sets you apart from those people, like she said, is putting in that work at the end of the day. And I don't know where I read this or where I heard it, and I really don't know if it's true. But I heard that, and please, if anyone is actually sure here, they can meet me after and tell me. I heard that women are able to multitask because we're able to use both sides of our brains simultaneously. But with men, they're only able to use one side at each time. Right? I don't know how true that is. I don't remember where I saw it, but it's something that I know that I've seen in the past. And that's why at the beginning I was asking how many girls actually know what they carry here. So don't let anybody make you feel less of what you are, because there's something inside, and it pains me so much that lots of people don't actually understand or know what they carry. When I was studying, because I went to Unilag, it's weird being here, because I mean, the last time I was in this room was my convocation actually in 2018. I went to Unilag, right? And I studied computer science. And there were, let's say if they were like, it was not as bad as yours. Let's say if there were like 80 students, there were like 12 girls, and then the rest were guys. And out of those 12 girls, I was actually the only girl that studied computer science because I wanted to code. The rest just assumed, oh, computer science sounds like Microsoft Word. That's what they'll be teaching us. It seems easy. Let's go and do it. I'm not joking. And you see them complaining every single time. This thing is hard. I can't do this thing. I'm so tired. I want to drop out. Many didn't drop out. We all graduated. But right now, since we graduated, I think only 2 of us are writing code. 2 are PMs. Everybody, no shade. Everybody is either selling hair or food on Instagram with a computer science degree. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to do that. If at the end of the day, that is where you want to focus on and that's where you build your life and it makes sense, go for it. Not everybody is going to be in STEM. Not everybody is going to do tech. Some people that studied law today are in the media industry and that's totally fine. But my own is, don't let that whole thought of being marginalized make you suppress yourself when nobody is even suppressing you. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you so much. Like you guys have said a lot. And you see, I always like it when people say, as a woman, you can do anything you want to do. And I don't like to talk about myself too much, but I have to tell you, when I studied chemical engineering in university, and when I finished school, of course, when we studied chemical engineering, we all hoped that we are going to work in Shell and Total and all these fantastic oil companies. So, of course, I was living in Osun State then in Elisha, and we're looking for a job, of course. I finished NYSC, we're looking for a job. Eventually, I got a job at an oil service company. And every time I went there, or when I resumed there, people always, even people in the company, they just always assumed that I knew somebody or that somebody helped me to get the job. And when they asked me who brought you, I'm like, I applied online and then we did a test and we did an interview and then I'm here. Like I remember that I had to take a night bus from Lagos to Port Harcourt when I went for the interview. That was because I was gunning for something. In fact, I was a broker. I borrowed transport money from my brother to go for the interview. And then I got the job and then I had money. But I just always feel like, yeah, I was a field engineer on that job. In my department, in the department where I was, all the people we met in the department were men. In my set, they now employed 3 ladies. They said they wanted to have ladies. And then we started hearing gists that, oh, they don't want us to be going to the field, that we'll just go to the field small and then we'll stay in the office. And I'm like, why? I'm a field engineer. I'm supposed to be going to the field. Somehow what happened was that whenever there was an opportunity to go to the field, and like she said, there were people that started saying, oh, let them post me to admin. Oh, let them post me to. And again, it's fine if it is what you want, but don't let it get into your head that you cannot do it. So when I was there, whenever there was an opportunity to go to the field and they said, oh, want to come, I'm like, yeah, I want to go. And it almost landed me, well, not like in trouble, but there was a time they asked me to come go someplace offshore. And then I said I was fine to go. And then they sent my name. And when we got to, so the way offshore vessels are, there are different types. There are some that just have like general accommodation, 10 people in a room. There are some that have maybe one small room that the captain or some important person can stay. In short, that vessel did not have provision for private accommodation. So when I got there, and they were like, oh, your name is Olanyika now. We thought you were a man. Oh, okay. Okay, you have to stay in this room with 10 men. So, but I was like, okay, yeah, is there a private bathroom? Yes. Is there? Okay, fantastic. I worked on that vessel for like 2 or 3 weeks. And I was fine. Yeah, I had to always do all my business in the bathroom and what have you. And it didn't discourage me. The next time when they say who wants to go to field, I'll say, yes, I want to go. Because I got the job done, I got the experience, and everybody was always like, oh, you're doing so well. And it brings me again back to you can do whatsoever you want to set your mind to do. Now, I was doing that well. I did that job for some time, and then I left there, and then I took up another job in banking. And my friend was like, Nika, field engineering, banking, how, why? And in 1 year, I was doing fantastic again in that job. And I'm like, see, you can do anything that you set your mind to do. The fact that you're a woman doesn't have to mean you have to do this kind of job or this other kind of job. Whatever thing that you think you want to do, put your mind to it, get the knowledge you need to get, and you will do just fine. And if it is this other thing that you want to do, you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to run a business. My sister's an entrepreneur. She runs like 4 different chains of businesses and she's doing very well. But the reason you're going to this other side, let it not be because you think you cannot do this other thing because it is meant for men. So that's just the encouragement that we're trying to put out today. The other question I want to ask, I think I'll put this at Joanne. So now we've been talking about whether women are doing enough, whether all of that. So there was a report from Statista that said that in 2020, there were only 20, there were like less than 40% women, sorry, employed by the FAANG companies, not the FAANG companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and the likes. So, and see, I'm usually very particular about don't just employ women as a diversity quota. Like, don't say, oh, we reserve this. I don't like it when they say we reserve these 30 slots for women, because if you employ me in that slot, I feel like when I come, people are going to feel like, it's not that you're smart now. It's just because, yes, they have to employ 30 women. That's why they employed you. I feel like there are better ways to get women into these technology careers. So I will take that question to Joanne. What do you think that organizations or even maybe companies or governments can do to sort of create that enabling environment for women and not just make it look like you're using those women to fill a diversity quota?
Hello. Okay. Here. Okay. So thanks for the question, Inka. Okay. So I get where you're coming from with regards to organizations saying, oh, we've reserved this certain like a percentage, right, for women and all of that in order to encourage diversity and everything. And when I've actually found myself in that position before, right? But what that meant was that I had to work, should I say, 2 times better than my male colleagues, right? Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't say I actually appreciate the fact that companies create that opportunity, right? Because yet again, it's also a way of encouraging women, right? Because like we've already said so far, a lot of ladies feel discouraged. They feel that they cannot do as well as their male counterparts. So I would say it's not just on the path of the organization, right? The organization is for them to even think of that, for them to think towards that. It's should I say it's a welcome development, but then we can all do better, right? So if an organization is saying, okay, we are creating more space to accommodate women and all of that, then I think they can also back it up with like empowerment programs, right? So programs not just for their staff, but also for, it can be something targeted at the community and all of that to encourage, women in STEM. Because then you are building their confidence, right? Like a program like this, having this sort of, panel conversation, like, for example, the community I belong to, the textilers and what have you. I even have a personal relationship with some women who would tell you that, they don't have a tech background and all of that. But then from the textilers, I've actually introduced a lot of women. Okay, please register or enroll to be a part of the textilers community. It's a community that encourages women in technology, right? And then we have these inspirational sessions that people get to join, and then you get to hear, should I say, life stories from accomplished women in the tech industry. And the feedback from ladies who do not have background in tech is always like, I never knew I could do so much more. I'm hearing this person talking, and then I feel like that lady is saying my story, right? I was always scared that, the lady is like, I'm always scared that I can't get it right. What if they're telling me I have to learn this, or I have to learn to code, or I have to learn to design? I studied mass communication. How can I fit into that space, right? But then being a part of the inspirational session and then getting to hear about accomplished women who probably didn't even have, the background in tech, but then they found their way and they are actually successful. It encourages them to know that they can do a lot more, right? So having, sessions like that, outreach sessions, encouraging women to, do more, right? To actually be a part of the STEM community and all of that. And then also putting it out there too that the fact that you are in tech doesn't mean that everyone needs to learn how to code, right? There are various areas in tech. We're talking about Power Platform. Using the Power Apps, Power BI, and what have you, you don't necessarily need to have a background in coding, right, for you to be successful at that. I studied computer science, and funny enough, I recently just completed my MIT program here in Unilag. And I am not so much of a programmer. I passed the courses. In fact, I can even get an A or a B, but I know it's not really something that I'm passionate about, right? But then I also knew that I wanted to have a career in tech. And what kept that fire burning in me was the fact that, I attended programs like this back then in school and even after school, right? Attended programs where, I got to learn about the various areas in tech. You could do project management, you could do, write courses on ITIL and actually manage a team of programmers and all of that, be a product designer and all of that. So having to be a part of programs and sessions like that helped to build my confidence and helped me to put myself out there, right? And so therefore, when an organization puts out an application and, it's not obvious that, oh, okay, these people have like a reserved space for women, I don't feel scared to apply because I'm like, I can do this, right? And that's based on the confidence I've built from programs that I have attended. So organizations can encourage people that way, organizations can encourage people that way, communities can encourage women that way, and then we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll just take a quick cue from something that she had said to give one quick tip to every one of us. Women and men alike, actually, find a community. If you can find 2, 3, join a community. And in the context of women that we're talking about, what being in a community does for you is the first thing, it helps you to see women that are doing so well. And it sort of inspires you to say, if this woman can do this, then I can do it. Like, look at the example of Tobi Otokiti doing a production heavily pregnant. Myself, I'm inspired by that because, I've had worries around maybe when I start having children, I'll struggle and all, but it just encourages you. So you see this woman, it encourages you. And this woman can also help you. They can mentor you. They can sponsor you. They can do a lot of things for you. So being in those communities, and it also helps you to build your confidence. Because by the time you're in the community and you're also sharing knowledge with people, it makes you to see that, oh, I'm not that bad though. Me too, I'm smart though, and things like that. It just helps you to put those things in order. One final question I would just ask. My time is up, I know. One last question I want Jumoke to answer is just, can you give us a practical, I'm asking you because you're married, you have a company of your own, you belong to a lot of these communities. So, and in the first answer you gave was also about time. So I want us to give us like one practical skill that can help us to manage our time properly, or like just something very practical.
Hello. All right. Thank you, Olanka. All right. So to your question, how do you manage your time? I think I'll answer that. Going back to the very first thing all of us said, and then um, priority. First thing first. Draw up your goals. Draw up your plan. If you do not have the plan, someone says that I think there's a saying that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. right? So draw up your plans. And when you draw up your plans, and then I'll take this same word, be intentional about your plans that you've drawn up. Draw it up in such a way that you itemize, you are intentional, you are deliberate, and you're committed. That's the word I think I want to use. You're committed to it. Don't just draw it up. I mean, for one of the things I used to do, make sure that in a quarter, I write an exam. No matter how, I make sure in one quarter. So at the end of every year, I think I have three sets, at least. I'm not saying because I do much more than that. So it doesn't matter that right now you're in school or you're doing or you're in school, working. Make sure that you have a plan and you're committed to following that plan. In that way, you go back and review that, okay, this is the plan. What is my progress? Where are my wins? Celebrate it, even though they may be little. And then you find out that you get to that very stage you want to get to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much for bearing your mind and being sincere in your answers. Before we go, I will just give opportunity to one person, one woman, one lady who has a question for our panelists. Our time is fast spent, so I'll just take one question. You can raise up your hand if you have a question that you want to ask any of the panelists. Anybody? Better for me if we don't
Good afternoon, everyone. I must say, I'm very fortunate to be here today. Thanks to every one of you. I want to ask, how do you juggle a very tedious job with family and you have exams to write? I must say, this year you said set your goals. I will say to myself, yes, I did that. But when you wake up early in the morning, you have to plan for your children and you get to work. You said that, oh, these are my to-do list. And they're like crazy. Before you say Jack Robinson is already 5 and you leave in work like 8:39 and you get home like 10. And I say, I open my book. I want to read. And your son is saying, Mommy, you've not even. How do you juggle it? Because, yes, those things creep in and chop into your time. And you have your husband who has to demand for his own right too. So, do you have someone that checkmates you? Like, it's a good one. I was really wild when you say you write exam every quarter. Yes, I want to be there. And I believe maybe you can share with us that I really want to aspire to become somebody great in life. Thank you.
All right. I guess it's the same thing that I've said. Yes, and I want to tell you something. One of the things that I like to tell people is that God started with work. So God was a worker. If only you had that idea. I mean, he worked. So he's not someone that, he taught us that principle not to be lazy. That's one thing. So he started with work and then he was able to prioritize. He didn't just create everything in a day, if you notice. So that's one thing. Having to have all of those things, there is time for everything. If you're a mother, I'll tell you, put them on some assignments, put them on some work where you can have space, and then all of that. So it's all about the timing and how you prioritize and how you give time to everything. There is a lot to do. Sometimes maybe for me, I like to read. Sometimes I think one of the people in the community was asking me once, do you ever sleep? Because it is in the middle of the night I do my work most times. Yeah, I like to do that. And then once it is 4 o'clock in the morning, I think right from while I was in school, I sleep maybe then very early, maybe around 10. But once it is 4 o'clock, that 2 hours before I start preparing to go to work, I have something to read just to get myself ready. Or it might even be, and nowadays, you can even play it while you're working, while you can learn while you're working. You can play those things. Even if it is a Word document, if it is article, just let it continue to play. You just find out that something is dropping in you. Something is dropping in you. And then you get informed. Now you can take notes and then want to now go and research more. That okay, that thing. I mean, that's part of my to-do. I want to go and research more on that. But little drop, like they said, make the ocean. Immediately you start dropping and you start keeping it, you can now go research and do something on it. And to the exam, please be deliberate about it. Just tell yourself, whether it's an hour a day, you want to do what you want to dedicate yourself to. Say maybe you want to read that topic, you want to review that topic. You have 3 months in a quarter. At the end of the day, you find out that you will be ready. That's all. But don't just make the plan and leave it like that. Just be committed to it. That's my answer.
Yeah, you can add to it.
Unfortunately, I'm not married, but I kind of still want to answer your question because I have lived your life in multiple phases of my life. When I was in uni, I had 2 jobs. I was running a shoe business and I still graduated with a first class. Now that I am a person that has a career, I have like 5 jobs at this point. I have like multiple jobs. I moonlight as a DJ. I still have a business and I'm still able to like carry on my life. And apart from everything that she has said that I agree with in, planning and prioritizing, another thing I want to say is you should learn to delegate. It's not everything that you do by yourself, and that is okay. If there's a particular thing that has to be done and doesn't require your specific skill set, it's okay to give somebody else that thing to do so that you free up some more time for yourself that you can use to do more important things. And also, as a woman, you have the ability to multitask. You are not, I'm not saying men are cursed, but you don't have the cost of focus. Do you get what I mean? Where you can only do one thing at a certain time. David, you'll be all right. As a woman, you have the ability to multitask. So tap into that. Like she said, in the morning when you're making breakfast for your kids, if there's an exam that you're studying for, there's no reason why you can't be listening to an audiobook while you're doing that. I wrote a book late last year. And what I found out is that sometimes I'm tired when I'm done with work. I'm not able to write per se. But then I do these things where maybe right before I take a shower or something, while I am supposedly maybe folding clothes or doing something else, my voice recorder is on and everything I would have ordinarily written down that evening, I'm saying. And then maybe in few days on Saturday, when I have less work to do and my head is clear, I can listen and turn those words into a chapter. So just find a way to make those things work for you, really. Just wanted to add that.
Okay, 30 seconds,
Yeah,
please.
don't worry, it won't be long. And I just want to say, don't be scared to ask for help. You can't do everything by yourself. That's actually the honest truth, especially when you have kids. I have a son, he will soon be 2 years old. I had him while I was running my MIT program. I was working, I was baking, I was newly married and all of that. So there was a lot that I had to handle at that period. But then I'm happy that I also had my family. Not everyone has, family that they can rely on. But if it's possible for you to get help, get help. Because at least it helps you, grow into that, achieve what you want to achieve, right?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, time to give me 1 second. Okay, so now we're going to be doing so many things now. Now we're leaving this stage now. We're going to breakout session, lunch, you get your water, lunch, and so many things. But let me explain what will happen in the next till 2:30. Let me explain what will happen from now till 2:30. At the back there where you have that projector, that is Power BI beginner class. Here is Power Apps beginner class. Here is Power Automate beginner class. You know that David Brown has explained it now. I don't need to do anything again. Here is Power Automate advanced class. Now, Power BI beginner, Power Apps beginner, Power Automate beginner, Power Automate advanced. Now, if you enter, you see exit. There is a room inside. So this exit here, upstairs here, that one boy is entering now, that is Power BI advanced. Then inside here, that is Power Apps advanced. Do we get it now? Let me say it again. Power BI beginner, Power Apps beginner, Power Automate what? Beginner, Power Automate what? Advanced. Inside there is what? Power Apps advanced, and inside there is what? Good. Now, when we've done that, your trainers are already going up. Now, when you see them there, you're going to have your class there. Now, after that, then we'll come back. When you come back, First Bank and AXA Nigeria wants to talk about how they use Power Platform inside their company. You know that sometimes you don't even have the real experience how they use it. So when we see their big bosses come and say, this is how our team builds stuff using what? Power Platform. That is it. Then within those time, we'll now start knowing the way we are going to share the food to come and meet everybody. Do we get that now? Because they said we can't eat inside the hall, so we have to find a way to make sure that you guys get food and get water. But we are still brainstorming on that. Just give us a few minutes, we'll do that. But for now, just try to go to your what? Your class and meet your trainer. Thank you very much. And please, you can tweet about it and show so many things on Twitter and LinkedIn. Thank you very much. CV, make sure you submit your CV. We are looking for 5 Power Platform interns. If you don't submit your CV, the HR people can't see. I need 5 Power Platform interns. Don't come and meet me personally. I don't care. Don't come and meet me. Submit your CV. Okay. All right, just a quick information, please. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. We are arranging for food. I know some people are hungry. I'm using my last energy to say this now because I'm also hungry. Listen carefully. We will make food distribution shortly, so they are aware. We will call on you in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We will explain how to get the food. Everything is arranged. So please don't go too far from this venue. Your tag is very important because with your tag, it gives you access to your food. Without this tag, you don't have access to food. So please listen carefully. Very soon, next 10 to 15 minutes, food will be ready and we will distribute accordingly. Thank you. Now, Ashem Nigeria, Ashem is Madam Towiola Olajumoke. She just told me now that Ashem Nigeria is starting in March their internship program. So I'm going to be tweeting about it, and I'm going to be sending a link for people to apply for their internship program. I'm going to send that also. If you want to go upstairs, go through this middle, climb up for those. What is the difference between beginner? Beginner is if you are still shaky when you are understanding different concepts, please go to beginner. Advanced is advanced, as it's called. If you are 1 year, 2 years, you are still a beginner. I should not lie, except you have been running so many consulting projects. But if you have run so many consulting projects, then
Hello? Hold up now. Hello? Huh? There's sound now? Eh? All right, so the idea is how. Let me enlarge the screen. All right. So the idea is connecting. So this is a brief introduction about me. I'm into information technology, and my area of specialization is business intelligence. Specialization, yes. BI. When you hear BI, it's the same thing as business intelligence and data analytics. I'm also into corporate IT technical training. I offer consultant services for private and government organizations in Nigeria and abroad. I also offer public speaking services if it comes, and I'm also into tech development. So it's like what I came to do at OAU at the moment is about what? It's tech development. Tech community what? Development. That yes, there could be a group of people at OAU. Let us get them on board and get to know what technology is all about. So for my certification, I just try small. But I've added 2 certifications to this list just last week. So I'm Microsoft certified data analyst. I'm also Microsoft certified trainer, and I'm also ICDL certified global trainer. I currently consult for National Communication Commission (NCC) in Nigeria, where I go to higher institutions in Nigeria to train lecturers on data analytics in terms of research and supervision of what? Of students. I just came back from Unibank last week. So I was coming from Unibank yesterday, and I had to have a stopover. And by tomorrow, I'll be going to Federal Polytechnic Ileoluji in Ileoluji here to also train lecturers on what? On data analysis. That's what I do. And also consult for international organizations in terms of training capacity in UK, US, and Cyprus. I never reach more than that. All right, so those are my contacts, phone, email, and what have you. All right, so by definition, is the audio coming? It's coming. All right. So that people that are not here, they can also have advantage. So by definition, what is data analytics? Can somebody read to us the meaning of data analytics? All right. So what data analytics intends to do for us is that we want to look at some data. Then the aspect of analytics is by looking thoroughly into that data and see what could be the meaningful insights. You know that sometimes when you look at something, you may not know what you can bring out of it until when you have knowledge about that thing and you are able to bring out something that is better. For information, does anybody know the difference between data and information? Is there any difference between data and information? Or has anybody heard of Ministry of Data and then Ministry of Information? Okay, well, so there could be a difference. Who knows the difference between the two? Right? All facts, yes. All right, thank you. So that is why, in reality, data may not make any sense to us until it is what? It is processed. And that's when we now get what? Information. That's why we don't have Ministry of Data. Me, I'm not aware if there's anyone. But we have the Ministry of what? Information. Because raw data in real fact may not have any information to us until when it is what? Until when it is processed. So in data analytics, we have different types of data analytics. That's what we call descriptive analysis. That's what we call predictive analysis, diagnostic analysis, and prescriptive what? Analysis. In descriptive, the meaning of descriptive is that in statistics, anybody from statistics? All right. In statistics is broadly divided into two, right? We have descriptive statistics and the inferential statistics. The meaning of descriptive statistics is that you are looking from the word describe. You are looking at raw data and you are describing the raw data in raw form. But in terms of inferential statistics, we are making from the word inferential. You are making what? Inference. Inference means conclusion. That based on this data, then this is likely to do what? To occur. So, but in terms of these types of analytics, we have descriptive analysis. Descriptive analysis is analysis that is looking at what? What has happened. Descriptive statistics is asking about what? What has happened. It talks about what? Past events. What has happened. Like for now, inside this class or inside this hall, we can take number of participants and categorize it in terms of gender. We can now say, okay, in this class, we have 30 participants, 20 are male, and 10 are what? Are female. That's what? Categorization by what? By gender. We can categorize this class according to what? Maybe academic level. Inside this hall, we have participants that belong to 100 level who are this number, 200 level who are also this number, 300 level who are also this number. And we also have what? A facilitator who is who I am. All right. Under predictive analysis. Predictive analysis is talking about prediction. And prediction, the key word is about what will happen. Predictive. What will happen. Predictive statistics is talking about what? What will happen. Where diagnostic statistics is talking about why has it happened. Can we get it? The first one is about what? What has happened. Descriptive. You are reporting about what has happened. Predictive. What will happen. Like you are making under statistics, that's what we call regression analysis, right? We want to look at some factors and now make prediction about what? About future. Maybe under crop production now. What could be the factors that will influence crop production in Nigeria? Can somebody remind us? Like weather that can influence crop production or crop yield in Nigeria. Yes? Yes, soil type. That's soil type. The seedling. Yeah. Maybe type of manure or fertilizer we use. Until recently, that we got to know that Boko Haram has become a big factor in terms of crop yield in Nigeria, which is not part of literature. You don't understand. This one says you don't understand. It's not that war. Under uncertainty. Yes. That war is also part of uncertainty. But in literature, you will not see anywhere they mention Boko Haram. So uncertainty will not depend according to location. So diagnostics is talking about what? Where has it happened? We are digging deep. Whereby prescriptive statistics from the word prescribe. So it's similar to predictive. But the difference is they call it what if. What if? That's what if it happened? Or what if it happens? Can we get the difference? The first one, what has happened? The second one, what will happen? The third one, why has it happened? The agonistic and prescriptive. What if it happens? All right. You can see that it is slightly similar to predictive. Predictive is that based on statistical analysis, this is likely to occur. But prescriptive is just looking at, we are not sure it will happen, but what if it happens? All right. Now, data analytics has a lot of processes, and they are majorly what? They are majorly 6. We have the first one as what? Business understanding. For instance, now, this business, don't look at it as maybe the normal business. Business can mean the activity. Understanding what? Understanding business understanding. For instance, now, I gave us when I started, I gave us an example about what? About your income as what? As students, right? And maybe I have been part of those that used to say, I don't know how I spent my money. I don't know how I spend my money. And this time around, I now want to know how I do what? How I spend my money. So it means that I want to be doing what? I want to track. So for you to collect, so the information about this is that for you to collect any data, you must know the reason. You must understand the need for it. So maybe if somebody has not gone to the level of asking himself or herself, how have I spent my money? Maybe the need for understanding why to keep that data may not arise. Do you understand that? You know, it's not necessarily in business now. There's just any activity you can think of. Then the second one is data exploration. The data exploration has to do with, okay, you are making a request. Now I've understood I need to keep data, maybe for tracking purpose. Then you are not doing data exploration. Data exploration has to do with, you are looking into the available records that you have kept, maybe over a month. And you are now asking about, was it this good enough for me to have spent it? Or this one that I've spent it, I could have allocated the money for something else? You are now raising questions about what you have done. So it's about, that is what we call data exploration. And there's also, in data analytics process, that's what we call data preparation. In data preparation, before you can do analysis, or before you can do analytics, you have to know about what? Data preparation. Data preparation has to do with activities such as, one, how do you get the data? Under data preparation, how do you get the data? Will it be structured or unstructured? You know, the difference between structured and unstructured data is when you have a tabular format, you have the heading. Maybe under this heading is about transport. This heading is about what? Foodstuff. This heading is about what? Transportation. When you have a tabular form like that, that is structured data. So it means that you have heading and you have items under them. The unstructured data is the type of data that do not have what? Does not have tabular, right? One has a table, the other one does not have a table. For instance, now, IoT. Who has heard about IoT? Internet of what? Internet of Things. You know, Internet of Things is more of live streaming. It's live streaming that as the things is coming, you are getting to know almost immediately. So it's not properly structured. It is in advanced statistics, like in the Microsoft Azure data analytics, that you can get to know those type of unstructured data, how you can now structure them and get out meaningful information out of them. Are we together? There's also what we call data modeling. Hello, class. The advantage of data modeling is that you want to from the word model. There could be some repetitions that can occur when you are keeping your data, but this time around, you want to build a model that will help you to reduce the amount of what? The amount of maybe columns or the amount of different repetitions that can occur. For instance, we don't have a, what else, sir? We will have written here. Can this thing move up small? Yes. This way, please. Okay, we need to, don't let us tamper with this. I was thinking maybe I could write something. All right, no problem. Okay, let me just, help me to do it. All right, so data model, hello class. So data model has to do with how can you reduce the possibility of volumes of data that you can have. And I was about giving an illustration or an example. For instance, now, if I'm into sales, and somebody is tracking the record of sales, what could be the possible headings we can have under sales? We can have serial number. Is it possible? Want to know? We can have serial number. We can have customer name or ID, right? Is it possible? We can have customer ID. We can have, let me use shorthand, cost ID, cost name. This cost ID, when you see this cost, I mean what? Customer. I can have serial number, customer ID, customer name. We can have what? We can have customer phone number, right? You said what? Okay, ID. Okay, ID is the same as serial number. Do you know? Okay, it may not. Okay, let us have it. Just hold on. Serial number. This one is, you know serial number now. This first transaction, maybe today, first transaction. Customer ID. Maybe I have failed computer. That's why I said it can also be serial number. It can. Yes. It can be serial number. Okay. It can be an automated number, right? Okay, let us now say that automation number should be 00528. But at the end of the day, well, it will not be serial, it will not. But it can be serial or it will not be serial. It depends on how we want to run it. And this one is more about database. So this one is more about what? Database. Because we are discussing within the concept of what? Data analytics. All right. So we have this customer name. So maybe this one is just your name. Uloma. Maybe we are just taking you're welcome. Maybe we are just taking the what? Is it surname? Then customer phone number 563. Maybe the last three figure. This one is 482 and this and this. All right, what could be other information that we can get from customer? We can get information about what? Product. We can get product. We can even get product ID. We can even get product name. Product name. We can also get other products. So we can also get product category. Product category. Then we can now get what? Quantity. date of transaction. We can get time. We can get unit sales, and we can get what? Total sales. Can you imagine the volume of information that we are getting from what? From what? From a table, a transaction table, for what? For a business. Now, on that data model, do you know what data model does? Hello, class. Hello, class. On the data model will now group information that are similar together. Like this as now, anything that has something to do with customer, it will now group them together as one. Maybe this one that has anything to do with what? Quantity. It will now group them together as one. Maybe we are also interested about location. Under location, we can have what? We can have maybe country, maybe state, maybe what? Maybe town. Right? So, by the time we are now talking about location information about what? About Unoma, right? Unoma is located in Nigeria, in Osun State, then Ilefe, OAU. So this one is also giving us information about what? About location. Now from this data, we can see that we can have about 3 more segments about what? About a single transaction. So we can have information about what? Customer. We can have information about what? Product. And we can have information about what? Location. So under data model, so we have 2 branches under data model. We call one fact, and we call the other one, we call dimension. We have facts, so we have fact table, and we have what? Dimension tables. So each one of these subhead is what we call what? Dimensions. So there will be dimension table, there will be what? Product table, there will be dimension that will be what? Location. But the entire transaction, all these details will now be what? So will now be what? Part of the fact table. All right. Are we together? So at the end of the day, by the time we are now having dimension table and fact table, so we'll now be separating them with a link. That what has linked customer ID with product ID, and what has linked product ID with what? With location. So in that case, it may be what? Customer ID, product ID, and maybe location ID. I don't know for starter if I'm going too deep, but can you get the concept about data model? So it is trying to structure very lengthy information that we have into more sizable numbers that we can deal with. For instance, now maybe you are just interested in customer details. So just look at what? Customer table. If you're interested about what? Product details. Just look at what? Product details and what have you. There's also what we call data evaluation. Hello, class. Hello, class. So in data evaluation, it is expected that you have understood the business need for the data collection. You have understood the data exploration. You have been able to identify how to prepare your data in terms of collection. You have also been able to model the data evaluation. So data evaluation is more about data analysis. Can you see that data analysis comes at what? At a later stage. For instance, when I was on this campus and I was doing my postgraduate studies, I used to consult for some lecturers there, and I do go to them. I was telling some people yesterday, a group of students. I said, look, what you study in school, you may not end up in having your earnings from them. You may not end up in having your earnings. But what you get to know through side also. For instance, now let us regard this our IT as side also, because that is not our major, maybe called purpose of being on campus. Can turn out to be your biggest source of income tomorrow. When I was doing my postgraduate studies, I paid somebody 10,000 naira to learn data analysis using SPSS. And before I left the school, I don't know how many thousands I made from that money, from that investment of 10,000 naira. And I've not stopped making money from that investment of what? 10,000 naira. And it was my what? Side also. When I graduated and there was no job. I can't keep complaining about government. Government is not doing anything, they are useless, they are this, they are that. Let them continue to be useless. But how will I be useful for what? To myself. And I can recall that the only thing I can remember that time, when you are on campus, you are doing this now. I am not continue from there. And before I knew it, it was enlarging. But when I came across Microsoft products that can even give me better results than SPSS, and I ventured into it. And at the end of the day, I forgot where I was coming from. That is where we find ourselves in Nigeria. It can happen to anybody. All right, so the deployment is about solution you have now gotten. You know, you do analysis, right? After you have done analysis, then you now do what? Deployment of your results. Whether deployment, maybe after you have done analysis of your SPSS, your final deployment will now be your presentation of your what? Of your results. Maybe to your academic supervisor that I've done analysis, so I've done interpretation of results. So then how do we make use of the output of the what? Of the research? And that is the end product of data analysis is deployment. And maybe sometimes your deployment does not need to print it out. Maybe you have to deploy it to an online platform that can be of need or of help to somebody else. So that is the channel of data analytics processes. All right. The next thing is that there's what we call a workflow. Data analytics what? Workflow. Which one comes first? And what is the sequence of operation? Can somebody tell us this symbol? This symbol? I think I have a pointer from slide. And I have a pointer. Okay, I have a pointer from slide. Can somebody tell us what this look like? What does this look like? Yeah, folder. What was the next one? This one? Internet now. World Wide Web. Internet. And what is this symbol? Database. So this diagram is giving us an illustration of the workflow of data analytics, right? That you have various sources of what? Of data. Maybe from folder, maybe from what? Internet, or maybe from what? From a database. And you need to prove, you need to have a tool for pulling out information that you need. For instance, now, if I need information about football, there's a dedicated or there are dedicated websites like football.com. Go.com. All right. So if I just go to that website, I just type www.go.com. And my interest is to check about the result. Maybe there's a match as we are in this class. Maybe they just finished a match and I was not able to view it live. I can just go there and check what? Check maybe my U versus what? What is the match for today? The football. Me, I'm not a football fan. I'm not good at watching football. Eh? I'm a 10 fan. Alright. So maybe Chelsea and Man U. By the time you just go to the website and you check your results, you have done what? You have pulled out your information that you need. And in terms of analysis or in terms of analytics, by the time you pull out, whether you have pulled out your information on data from this, then you now connect it to what? To analytic tool. And one of those analytic tools is what we call Power BI. Are we connecting the two together? Are we connecting data and Power BI together? So Power BI is one of the data analytics tools which help you to manage your data, do data modeling, and also do data analysis. And at the end of the day, it helps you to do visualization and you have your result. It does all. Yes. One, it helps you to pull out, to extract data from different sources. It has capacity for that. Two, it helps you in data preparation. Maybe there are errors, you want to remove one, you want to correct this thing. Those are the data preparation before you do analysis. It helps you to do that. Then number three, it also helps you to do data modeling. Right? Like this long list of entries, it can help you to segment them. Look, I don't want all this list. Help me to segment them into what? Into dimension tables. One for customer details, one for product details, one for what? Location details. So it also helps you in analysis, the core analysis. And it also helps you with what? Visualization. So visualization are two types. We have what we call dashboard, and we have what we call reports. Are we together? When I talk about visualization, they are just of two types. We have what we call what? Dashboard. We have other visualization. Visualization in Power BI. You have what? Dashboard and reports. So what is the difference between the two? The difference between the two is that when you have your view, something like this, right? And you just have different clusters of information on that view, right? So this one is being regarded. Everything, if everything is on the page, I will show you a sample from Power BI. If everything is on the page, we call it this one as what? Dashboard. Who is aware of dashboard of a vehicle? Who has seen the dashboard of a vehicle? What information does it have? Speedometer. Fuel gauge. Does it not have it? Temperature. What information does a dashboard or a car have? Speedometer, fuel gauge. Some have weather forecast. Some automated vehicle, they have information about your under your car when you are reversing. Have you seen that car before? They'll be telling you, look, if you go beyond this, you are entering into a pothole. Especially when you are reversing. All right. So when you have, that is the likelihood of a dashboard. When you have every information you need at a spot, that's the dashboard. Then if you now have different dashboards, once you have more than one, so it is now regarded as what? As a report. Do you understand it? So when you have this dashboard, another dashboard, you know, each of the dashboard has some specific details. All right, so the combination of more than one dashboard is regarded as what? As a report. Okay. So now, when data is now pulled from different sources we have mentioned, then it will now be taken into the software, which is now Power BI. And what does it do? It does data cleaning, which is the same thing as what? Data preparation. And from data cleaning, it goes to what? Data modeling. And from data modeling, it now does data analysis. And finally, from data analysis, you now do what? Visualization, which can be what? In form of dashboard or what? Or report. So now, from that to report, this one, you know, by the time you see now report, by the time you see the report, it is now called insight. You can now get some insight from that report. And these are what I've mentioned earlier. Do you see them or I should mention them? Okay. This one you mentioned about different types of data. The last slide. Was it last? This one. Types of data analytics. So it's giving descriptive, diagnostic, prescriptive, and predictive. So the last one is cognitive. Cognitive data analytics is where you use artificial intelligence. Cognitive. You know cognitive. Cognitive is about thinking. Like chatbot, they mentioned the other time. It's about cognitive data analytics. So instead of human being, artificial intelligence. Who can define artificial intelligence for us? Artificial intelligence. Define it correctly and receive a price. It's doing me as that she just keep on this thing out. Define artificial intelligence. You have collected something before. You have collected something. If you tell us, you don't tell us for information. Artificial intelligence, AI. Oh, sorry. Okay. Who wants to try again? Yeah. In a layman, I want a layman definition that artificial intelligence is coded. No. Two words are combined. Artificial intelligence. Right? The meaning of artificial intelligence is that something that is not natural, that is not human being. You want it to have what? Intelligence. Thinking faculty. So what it means that you want something like a machine or a device to behave like what? Like human being. But the only thing that can make machine or the device to behave like human being is that it must get some information about what has gone in the past. It must have some data so that it will now look like a kind of what? Prediction. But it is not actually predictive. We don't classify it as predictive data analytics, but cognitive. But because we are using what? Artificial intelligence or machine learning. We want machine learning has to do with we want machine to learn a pattern over time in order to do what? To make a prediction. So artificial intelligence is that we want to make something that is not natural to now have what? Thinking faculty. Yeah. Mm. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. If I don't, the information for them is even district. That is the foundation for them. Eh? Yes, yes. Foundation for them is descriptive. Because descriptive is giving information about what has happened. Where other ones is what will happen. What of if it happens? What of the why it happened? That's diagnostic. We are looking more deep. All right, I will move ahead. Sorry, I check anything. Okay, under this one, there's what we call data analytics ecosystem. Are we together? Please help me to watch out for the time. Chaplain will join us by 2:15. Eh? I have 40 minutes more. Okay. All right. So this one is about data analytics ecosystem. So that the ecosystem is talking about, ecosystem now. Who can remind us of ecosystem in biology? Interaction. So things that work together to achieve a purpose. Things that work like a for human being now. We have what? We have water cycle. We have which one is green. What are our ecosystem now as human beings? We have plants. We have the environment, and we have water. Is it water? All right. For data, when you're talking about ecosystem, you're talking about sources of data. How have you sourced your data? Like for instance, now the last slide I showed to us is talking about 3 sources of data. What are the sources? Internet, database, and the folder. All right. So, source of water, source of data is part of ecosystem. Then the data type. We have various types of data, or various types of data. We have like Boolean, right? Like string. The guy know the call. The guys. Hello, bros. Yes, sir. Sir? We are doing fine. Are you set? Okay. Do you want to start with us? We are not free, but we can stop for you so that you can have your session. Okay. No problem. So once you are set, just let me know. All right. Yeah, thank you. All right. So we have data types, right? I've mentioned some of them. Like okay, you didn't get it. When we are talking about data type, we are talking like, is our data float? You know something like float? Yes. That has dots, that is continuous. Or is our data whole number? Or int? That is integer. Right? We are talking whether our data is Boolean. You know Boolean? Whether yes or no. 1 or 2. Boolean. We want to know if our data is what? String. What other data type do we have? Huh? Maybe that kind complex. So this one, example of float is that when your data is what? Is continuous. It has decimal places, like 2.531, right? When you're talking of what? Whole number, like these two, no decimal. You are talking of Boolean, whether true or false, whether yes or no. It's dichotomous. Dichotomous. It's either yes or no, true or false. Or you are talking of true or false, yes or no, one on what? On two. If you are talking of string you are talking of characters that can be alphanumeric. Characters that can be alphanumeric. That is, it can accept alphabet. It can accept A to Z, right? Alphabet. It can affect numeric, right? In fact, this float and this integer, they are under numeric. You know, they are numeric, right? They are numbers. So, and this one, under this string, we are talking about A to Z alphabet. We are talking about what? Numeric. And we are talking about special characters. Special characters. Are we together? Special character, something like this sign, infinity, like ash. Which other one? Special character, like this, just any special character. All those signs. Are we together? Then there's also what we call data structure. I've mentioned data structure. We have data that are well structured, and we have data that are what? Unstructured. There's what we call, don't let me take it to advance. There's what we call JSON file. And when I was describing about data structure in terms of structured data, it means that data that are well tabulated. Like this example we gave, right? Under customer ID, customer this, customer that. So there is a table. Any data that has a table or that is tabular form is called structured data. Then all other ones that are not under that, we classify them as what? Unstructured. Like IoT, the data you are receiving from where? From IoT devices. Okay. We also have what we call data file under the ecosystem. We also have data file format. Data file format. Let me give you examples. Data file format. Data file format. This one is talking about, data file format is talking about the way you have saved what? Your data. For instance now, if you type, who has used SPSS before? What is the file extension for SPSS file? .sav. What of document? Don't start from DOC. Dot, that's the extension. .doc. What of Excel? You know Excel can be two. It is actually two. It can be .xlx until recent version of Excel that will now have what? Or .x. It's not XS. XL. XS. All right. So this one is talking about more recent version, like Office 365. There's another one, CSV. .csv. This one is different from this one. CSV. Who knows the difference between this file format and this file format? Yeah, it's comma separated value. But the two of them, you get them in Excel. The difference between the two two of them is that when you have a CSV file, it is usually on the first page, on sheet 1. When you have a document that is saved in CSV, and it is sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, and continue like that, by the time you save it, you will not see the remaining sheets. Has anybody tried that before? Huh? A CS file is usually just only on one sheet. That's your sheet 1. But if it is .xls, it can save as many as what? As possible sheets. Right? All right. What about image format? Image format depends. So there is JPEG now. .jpeg. .png. What of video format? Video format. MP4. So these are the different words. File formats. You know, it is data that are inside them, right? And these are the formats. So they are also part of what? Data analysis ecosystem. There's also what we call data extraction, transformation, and loading. ETL. It's a concept in data analytics. ETL. E for extraction, T for transformation, and L for what? For loading. So extraction has to do with what? You want to pull out your data. Like you want to pull out from what? From Word, from where did we pull out the other time? From folder, from web, and from database. So that is extraction, data extraction. So this one is what? That transformation. Transformation has to do with when you intend to change from the way the data was collected, right, to something else. The way the data was collected. When I want to transform it, transformational. So from the way the data was collected, you want to transform it to another, from maybe another form, or you want to do calculations, right? For instance, now, other SPSS, everyone from medical science or biological science, everybody from science. There's what we call body mass index, BMI. What's the formula of BMI? The formula is weight over sum of height. Are we together? So by the time you collect your raw data in terms of weight and what? Height. When you do transformation, you can get what? You can get BMI. That's what we mean by transformation. So we want to generate something from what? From the already known what? Data. Then this one is now what? Loading. So the loading has to do with after you have done your transformation, you have extracted data, you have done your transformation the way you want it. Then you now load it into data analytics tool for analysis. Maybe something like Power BI. Can we see the connection? Extract, transform, and then loading it to the data analytics tool for data analysis. Which one is higher among the two? It is this one. This one still has light, but this one is higher. You don't try now. Never tried. Now battery. Okay, where are we? Can we move ahead? All right, so some areas of application of data analytics. Right. There's what we call improving decision making. Because we are conscious of data this time around, it has helped us. Are you going? You are not taking picture with us. All right, thank you for coming. I hope you registered. All right, so these are the areas of application of data. We use data for improving decision making. Are we together? How? The question is how. When you have, like the case, like I started when we started, about the income you have every month, and how, because you keep data about your spendings, it can now help you to do what? To track your spending, and also to know whether you are spending money reasonably or reasonably. So if you don't keep that data, you will not be able to do what? To make a decision about your what. Then effective marketing, for people in marketing or doing business, they also make use of data. For instance now, if that table I generated the other time for transaction table, it can help me to know whether my customers are from one particular geopolitical zone, because I was collecting information about what? About their state, about their location, about their maybe local government. So that can give me details about, okay, I can now say, okay, since I have the majority of my customers from this side, then let me now concentrate on that side. You can see how it is helping me in terms of decision making and a lot of things. The better customer service than efficient operation. This efficient operation has to do with, hello class, this efficient operation has to do with the managerial level. Maybe you need to watch out how your operations are being done, whether you need to reshuffle cabinet or you need to shift operations in terms of machines and machineries. So if you don't have data, it will be difficult to do that. All right. So now, various data analytics tools. People use so many things to do data analytics. Can you see them? Can you see their list? Can you mention them? People use Python. Who knows Python very well? You. Who else? If you know Python, raise up your hand. Okay, okay, if you can use Python, that one is better. You can use it. That one does not concern very well now. But at least you can use it. So you can use Python. Let me see your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right. What of R programming? These are different tools people use for data analytics. R. Okay. What of this one? SAS. SAS. It also is data analytics tool. What of this one? Excel. People use Excel for so many things. You know, I told you I was at Uniben. There was a professor of statistics that came. Me and him, we facilitated that session. I just said, I said, yes, sir. Do you know there are some operations? Do you know there are some operations that SPSS does that we can do it in Excel? I said, I'm not sure. I said, I'm not sure. Because, you know, it's better to be on the safer side. If I say I know, I say, come and show me. And at the end of the day, I cannot show you. I'm light. So you may not be able to tell me that this is the correct thing. So we now have to go to, there's a tool under Excel. There's a tool, they call it analytic two-pack. Analytic two-pack. Don't worry. Me self now this week I got am. Na small. Just hear the list first, so that if it comes next time. Analytics tool pack. So it comes with Excel by default, but the operation it does is more advanced. Like for instance now, if I want to run descriptive statistics about a data, I want to know descriptive statistics of a data, I want to know about mean, median, mode, range, skewness, kurtosis. I want to have information about this. I can get it better in expenses. But these two inside Excel can also do what? Can also give me the answer. Can also give me the answer. So that's what we said, that we also use Excel for some advanced level data analytics. That Excel is very cheap. Very, very cheap. That is, it's one of the greatest things that Microsoft has brought to this world. It's one of the greatest. It has been everlasting. It has been everlasting. Nobody has exhausted Excel. Nobody can say, I've known everything about Excel. It's not possible. People that are taking degree or that are taking professional certification on Excel, they've never exhausted Excel. But it's very good. Alright. What all these specialized software will do? What all this they will do individually, Excel will do it for you. A lot of things they cannot do, Excel will still do it. If you save Excel, you use as what? As what? You use Excel as what? As what? You use Excel as what? As spreadsheet. But you can't use spreadsheet for, you can't use all this one for spreadsheet. You also use Excel for graphic, for chat building. All this one they do it. And these are the areas we are doing specialized. But Excel will do almost everything. Alright, so there's also what Gumbo analytics. In this case, Gumbo analytics is a type of online software that you can use for data analysis. For instance, now, if I go for training like this, more corporate training, it's like the light is the light bulb. Oh. Check the other room. So the idea is data Gumbo analytics is a kind of specialized. Is it? Okay. That one is making us.
Maybe they press it for a bit and then take it back.
Okay. Just flash. Yeah. Okay, so data analytics, for instance, now if I go for a training in corporate organizations, like school I mentioned, there's a kind of assessment that participants will need to fill about my service delivery, whether I deliver or I didn't deliver, and I don't have control over it. And whatever they said, they are sending it to my clients, the people that hired me. That look, your participant is what they said about you, whether you are good or you are bad. So there's a kind of software that can now do analysis under Google. That's what we call Google Sheets. Has anybody heard about Google Sheets? So whereby you can collect, read data. As people are filling the questionnaire, it is going to back end. At the end of the day, it will now generate a lot of charts about different information collected. So that also, these expressions I'm mentioning for data analytics, this is SQL. Who knows about SQL? Are you in computer science? You almost know everything that I know. I also know about SQL. It's very interesting. It's like you are speaking English. Select start from this one. Where you have clause. You have which clause again? Adding. You have where clause. I want to ask you a question. You are good. If you get this answer from SQL class, anything you like, you pick it. No. It's just a trial from SQL. So that's what we call order of writing SQL syntax. Is it too much?
It's not too much. Let's continue.
So there is order of writing SQL syntax. So this class is an introductory class to expose us to different opportunities within the data analytics field, and for us to now look at which one can I go for, how can I do this, I can do that. So there's an order of writing SQL syntax. There's also what we call order of execution. Order of syntax execution. Know that two things of writing. Immediately you will write what you're supposed not to write. What will be the error code? It will be underlined in red. That look, your syntax is what? So your syntax is bad. So you will not get answer. When you run the code, you will not get answer. Like for instance now, I will just mention them, and somebody will now come and rearrange the sequence. If you get answer, you get it. You have another opportunity now. We have Abby. No mind, this one is my name. We have Abby. We have other by. We have from. We have select. There are 6. Are they 6? We have from. What is remaining? We have where? Sort is used other by having other by from. We have 5. I think 5 or 6. I think there are 6. I will remember, don't worry. So let us say I repeat this to this side. Having other by from select and then where. And that is all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Uka, the arrangement of this is different from this. It's only somebody from SQL class that will be able to answer this. How do you write syntax, SQL syntax, from this arrangement? Is it one that will come first? Is it one that will be next? You want to try 4. Yeah, come and write. 4, 3, 5. No, if you know, you come as me.
That this last time.
Just tell me 5 to 3 to this.
You can start from
Don't minimize. Let me get everything.
That's it.
That one I need to power. You see that there are a lot of ways you can wait things.
At least she attempted. Can we clap for her? Can we clap for her? Any other person? Any contrary opinion? I don't know. I don't know it. I have no idea. They belong to the same class. No idea. I don't know it. All right. She nearly got this one. She interchanged this and this. So the sequence is what? Select from where order by and what? She tried. Can we give her something on that's not it? What do we agree on? We should give her full mark. Or what do we give her? You get it? So other by come before. What is the sixth one? Yes, goodbye. Thank you. Thank you. This ones are big people. No, because of that. Come and pick anything you like. So the last one is goodbye. Market. But this is like so you don't know where your knowledge will materialize. For this one, order of execution is start from the data. We start from and select is the last one. Select is six. I don't want to misguide you. I can't remember vividly the sequence. But I can remember this one very well. But I know from order execution, this is the start and this is the select. Because in the execution, select is just to give you what you want, the output. Then you have the syntax. If you can't put select down, you have to click select. And in order of execution, it is your what? It is your select that will now generate the final output. Alright, are we together? We are giving you attention. This is Tableau. Do we know about Tableau? It's for visualization, data visualization. Are we together? Has everybody take me? Please, I've been talking. Nobody has snapped me. 296. Please snap me, then snap. You can snap it from the back so that you can take your audience. All right, so we also have Tableau. Tableau is what? Data visualization tool. Let me be smart. I like you to be you want to be photographer. So Tableau is for what? Data visualization. Like we have the dashboard and what? And dashboard and what? And reports in Power BI. The only thing this one does, this and this, they are rivals. They are rivals in the market, in the data market. So the two of them are rivals. This one is a product of Microsoft. This one is a product of, I've forgotten the name of the company. But they do almost the same thing. And there's a chart that I will show in the next month, in the next page, that will see you how rivalry they are in terms of international markets, in terms of market share. So, and we also have what? ArcGIS. As I was doing a degree program inside OAU, 2015, 2016, I was also running a master's degree at Rectors. Who knows Rectors? So I was combining the two together. Two postgraduate programs. At Rectors, I was into geospatial technology. 2015, 2016. Geospatial technology. That is remote sensing and GIS. Are we together? So using remote sensing, you can see that I have been into data for long. I have been into data for a long time. So, and in remote sensing and GIS, we use what? ArcGIS. For what? For Earth-related data. Yes, geospatial data. We use this for geospatial data. ArcGIS. So it's another line of what? Of thought in data world. So in the last 10 years, I've spent my life on data. I've spent my life on data. 2016 to this time, it's about how many years? Like 6 years. And that was not the starting point. I just came for postgraduate studies at that time. All right, so now I've mentioned about different tools. Some people, the only thing they know about data analytics is Python, especially people in data science. If you say anybody in data science, the only language you understand is what? Maybe Python or the app. That's all. Which one again? Do you use ArcGIS? You see this? Which one? QGIS. QGIS does not have anything to do with the data science now.
No, like it's looking for the special stuff. No, what I'm saying is not Python and I know
what I'm saying is that they are not part of data science, except out of your own volition, like me that was looking for something that has not lost. I came to OAU to study something, and not deny I discover vectors. I never knew vectors before. And they said don't see the video and data. And data. Let me go and see what they do in data. At the end of the day, I bag a degree from it. Alright, so these are different interfaces of different platforms where people in data analytics go. Alright, so can we move to the next slide? Now, can you see this very correctly? Let me explain. There's what we call magic quadrant for analytics and business intelligence platform. BI, I mentioned the other time. BI, business what? Intelligence. All right. There is a global platform that is called Garnet. This one was for source, Garnet February 2021. I picked this chart from Garnet February 2021 edition. There's one for this year. I think they have done the review this year. So they now look, from the last slide, I've shown different platforms where people use to do what? Data analytics. So they now compare the major stakeholders in terms of their name, like a Microsoft, like which name can you see here? Oh, it's your projector. They now display different stakeholders in terms of what? Tech producers. And what? Please start our YouTube. Is it talking? Hello? Are you on YouTube? No. Can somebody confirm to us if it is working? It's working. What on the audio? It's coming up. All right. So there's a global survey in terms of all data analytics tools and in terms of their what? Performance. So they now rated them. They now created a quadrant, right? No quadrant now, 4. So there's a quadrant here, there's a quadrant here, there's a quadrant here. The people below this middle line, they are the ones that are not doing well in terms of their product acceptability in the international market. They are not doing well. The list of their names are here. But from the middle, the upper quadrant, they are the ones that can do well. So those ones that can do well, they also classify them into 2. So the ones that are extreme here, they are the ones that are extremely doing well international market. And that is where Microsoft lies. Can we clap for Microsoft? So that is where the Microsoft lies, and there are a lot of information around it. That's where the products of Microsoft, Power Apps, and some other things are. All right. So this one is about data analytics job roles. So this one is about data analytics job roles. If I call myself, I'm in the data field or I'm in the data analytics field, which area? You can't be everywhere now. Which aspect are you handling? So these are the different fields that are available. There is a business analyst, right? There's what? Data analyst. There is what? Data engineer. There is what? Data scientist. There is what? Database administrator.
What's the order of importance? Like order of I don't want to say important.
Is it importance or?
No,
Which one does it? Which one make more money based?
Yeah, that one. Because I've always been confused. Like data analyst and data scientist usually.
Let me explain. Let me explain. So the business analysts, they are people that study business or business management, like a business admin people. You understand? And they have better information about maybe a particular product or a particular we have different sections in business. Maybe airline now or aviation, yes. We have different industry. Hello, are you listening? We have different industry. This one is an academic industry. The experience about business management in academic will be different from us. Maybe aviation or oil and gas or printing and media. All right. So this ones they have one idea about business information, and they may not be able to analyze in terms of data, but they can work with any one of them. That is why we cannot say any certification for them. This one's a certification. These are Microsoft certification name, right? But this one, they are into business and they have the money, they have better understanding about that business, but they don't have that idea. Right? This one, can you see this one? Data. You cannot see data here, right? But data analyst, what data analyst does is that one, they are the one that look at the data available and brings out insights, meaningful information out of the data. Their job is no more than that. Huh? Yeah.
But why is it not called Power BI? Why is it not called Power BI?
Power?
Like data intelligence. Why is it not data? Why is it business?
No, the name Microsoft. Oh, why am I touching this? The name Microsoft give to their product, and the name they give to it is Power BI, Power Business Intelligence.
But they offer business analysis certification. Why is it not Power Data Intelligence?
Me, I know the management level of Microsoft now. Does it come up?
Yes, right.
Okay, please. Oh yeah, this time around. You did gallant now. You see?
It's off.
It's off.
Yeah, you went off. You see where it
Is it on?
No.
Yeah.
Oma is top. You know the meaning of omega? Oma is top. Okay, so the name Microsoft give to their product is what? Power BI. That is Power Business what? Intelligence. So me, I don't know how they come about it. That's the name they say they want to give to their product. So what is important to me is that what can this product do for me, and how can it help me to make money? Yeah, to make money. It's not coming up. It's coming up. So what is the first certification we saw? DA 100. So let me now explain. Because if you want to go on this path, these are the likely things you come across later in life. Okay, so give us certification exam. We have DA 100. We have DB 203. We have DP 100. We also have DP 900. We have 200. We have DP 300. When I did my first Microsoft certification, so the one I did that is more like elementary is this DA100. They call it Microsoft Certified Data Analyst. That's the name of the certification, Microsoft Certified Data Analyst. And it's one of the most demanding Microsoft certifications in the world at the moment. It is one of the most demanding certification. What? Certification. So they have renamed this into, who knows it? No, they have renamed it into PL 300. But the name of this is Microsoft Power BI. They use Power BI for this certification, PA100, right? But they have renamed the code into PL 300. It's the same thing. But this one, DP203, me said, and they struggle to get this one. Me said, and they struggle to get this one. They call it what? Database administrator. Database. It's not data engineer. Okay, data engineer. 203. I will tell you the sequence. DP 203, data engineer. Right? Then DP 100 is what? Data scientist. You are aware of what? Data scientist. Are we together? DP 900. They call it Azure. Microsoft Azure Data Fundamental. They call this one Microsoft Azure Data what? Data Fundamental. And this one is what? Database what? Database Administrator. DBA, Database Administrator. Are we together? Let me explain the sequence. The sequence is this one is first one. Are we together? The second one is this. Right? And then any one of this and this can be the second. So let me now call it third. This one can be A. Third, this one can be what? B. And the last one is what? Is 4. That's the sequence of certification. You can't do this, you can't do this, and this. You can't do 3 and 4. You can't do this and what? And this. But if they now ask you which one does what? Bring more money to the pocket. It is this one. But it's a journey that is not easy to get to. That is why it is difficult.
And it's number 4.
That's why. After is it television? Is it NTA that used to have that slogan? You can't beat the rich. You know the meaning? After the end, there is no end. Are we together? So, but once you do this, once you have this certification, you are fine. Let me tell us this. Because I passed this exam, right? I consult organizations, training organizations in US, in UK, who told you? And Cyprus. If you check my LinkedIn, you will see the name of those organizations. It's on my LinkedIn profile. I'm one of their global talent pool. And for my next month, all these people, when they know how to make use of you, you are very good. This one, 2 companies are fighting because of you. 2 companies. They are fighting because of me. This one, they just give me a job. It's a training job. What is training job? If I tell you the dollar per day, if I tell you the dollar per day, we will block this gate. Okay, it's bigger there. And that's why we don't tell you. Alright. So this one gave me 4 days training. This one in psychology is Elevate. That's their name, Elevate. They are into training in other countries. So this one now engaged me for 3 weeks. For 3 weeks. If this one give me 4 days, don't be say they don't carry you out the match. And if I want to do things for them, I go to hotels. Yes, hotel. They pay for my hotel. The people are don't worry. You are on duty. Anything you like is at our service. You see that I got this. I got this from this kind of interaction, this kind of training. And that's why David Brown was saying it. Was it David Brown or that lady that you should join what? Community. I got about this through what? Tech communities. Because in tech communities, you get to know about the trend of what? Of technology, where the world is moving to, and what are certifications that you can do along the line, and you become relevant. I have friends that at part 3, part 4, they are already into money. They are not waiting for NYC mobilization. They even see NYC as wasting of time. When you're already making money from the knowledge you have. All right. I just need to motivate you. I will not tell you tonight. So that you not block this. Online. Yeah? I don't want you to do that. So these are the sequence. So what I will advise you is that there are different fields of tech. There are different scenarios of tech. Me, I'm choosing data. Right? Somebody can say, okay, I'm also interested in tech. I want to move into what? Maybe software development. Let me tell us, there's money in tech. Because I know what I'm saying. I will not be able to give you value, but I know what I'm saying. Tech has been a source of employment now. And let me even ask you, tech has been a source of japa. You know japa? That's the way. Yeah? That's the way. Tech has been a source of japa. That once you are good, and they place advert online, they conduct test for you, you pass. The next question is, please can you relocate to this country? And they pay your relocation fee with your family. Yeah. With benefits. Yes, with your family. So go and marry him. I'm sure. So it has been a source of japa this time around. All those illegal, it doesn't necessarily. Go and get a skill and be signed. The world will look for you. Did I not tell you two companies are saying, I'm waiting for them. It is the price I will use to chase money away. Yes, no.
You can bring the one I actually said.
So there are different areas of IT. We have software development, which is more about coding, programming, like coding, like .NET and some other things. There's also what? There's also security. This company is Cyprus. They just gave me some trainings that are into cloud security. And these are the area, they are not my area. But you don't want to know how you want to build yourself in that area. But you want to implement lectures in this side. You want to build yourself. And cloud computing now, or cloud security is another way people are making money. Because of this cybercrime. So if you are into cyber security, so they are the one that is pushing me to that level now.
Okay, so it's not lengthy.
I don't get option.
I didn't have very
Yes, now. Do you know the price they want to offer? Do you know the price they want to offer? So I don't get an option that for me to go and learn it. And there are Microsoft products for me that I can learn from. So I don't get option. That's why if you have occupied a space, you just see that in that space, things will now be coming, that will now be expanding your scope. You can say, no, I just want to focus this day. I just say, don't call yourself Google. You can also do this. While you major here, you can also do this. While you are major here, you can also do this. At the end of the day, you just be seeing streams of what? Streams of income. That is how we have a lecturer. And he's also into politics. And he's also doing farming. He's also doing consultancy. He's also doing babagem. So can you now compare that man with somebody that is also only into lecture? No. Are we clear with this line? All right. So now the question is, what are the sources of job opportunities in data analytics? They are different.
Okay,
You don't that. We don't get power source. Now from the generator of the power source. So it's connected. What do you do? Where is this man? And our money finish. Where is our money? You realize our money is finished. What is time? What time is this? Almost time. But do we enjoy ourselves?
Yeah.
Is it a watch why? Is it a watch why? Okay, let me just explain. We may not just see this slide. So, sources of job opportunities in data analytics. They place adverts on social media, like LinkedIn, like Twitter, like Facebook, especially more on LinkedIn. The number of job opportunities on data analytics almost on daily basis. We can't exhaust it. So they are still looking for people who are working data analysts. So there's a need, there's a demand for it almost on daily basis. Data analysts. There's also a platform we call Indeed. Indeed. You know Indeed? INDEED. www.inded.com. Indeed. It's also a platform where job adverts are being placed.
Job opportunity like I'm hearing it now. Is it like really bad? So the same news was there.
Hey! Yeah. I think I applied for they are valid. I've gotten some offer contacts from some of them before. We also have what we call glass door. Glass door. Glass door. We get for it. We have social media. We have national social media like LinkedIn, Twitter. This is number 2. This is number 1. We have Glassdoor. Glassdoor.com. Are you together? There's another platform they call Upwork. www.upwork. Upwork, eh? Madam, you don't finish the snacks? Make I choose one. Please help me participant. So there is what? There is Upwork. Are we together? So there is Upwork. There is what? Glassdoor. These are sites for job opportunities. And there are also professional communities and network. Right. Professional communities and what? Network. This one is social media. So these are the platforms where people are getting jobs. Yeah, thank you. So these are platforms where people are getting jobs in IT industry. I have a slide here, but we don't have light. This slide is talking about the present request for professionals in that field. Are we together? Present, what happened?
The fuels are the bed.
Okay. So to our open supply.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I can't see that.
Not for long now.
I'll go round up. You said we know we go round up. I would like to show this page. Are we together? So this one is talking about, this slide is talking about current openings in data analytics job roles. Current openings. And the openings are almost on a daily basis. That they are looking for professionals. All these sites. All of them. But slide I have is for LinkedIn. Particularly LinkedIn. Who has the LinkedIn account? There's when I was like you. We are not having LinkedIn now. What was raining was Facebook. Then some of us that were a little bit techy, we use Twitter. And we use that one to shakara our colleagues, say we don't know the latest. Yeah, I want to show this slide. Thank you. So we need to celebrate this guy too. Come here. He has been one of our He has been one of our support team. Through him. Yeah. Okay, who came through him? Yeah. So he has been of so what do you want? What do you want? That is only somebody has been doing. Thank you so much, Spence. He has been so supportive. Then there's somebody else. Bolu, please come over. Bolu was my first point of contact to OAU student ambassador. Microsoft student. He was the one that introduced me to others. Thank you so much. Just come over. Also by the way. I just get it. Yeah, also by the way, if you want to apply to the Microsoft student ambassador, you can just go. Yeah, we get there. What? It's like those guys are taking. She won the bottle. She won the bottle. Don't like this. What of this? This can we appreciate her. All right. Where is that slide? There's also somebody else. Who? Oh. Mary, please come around. She's one of the strong women in the house. Mary, what do you want? What do you want? I know she don't want us to want. I said that taking the ball for all right, then. Are we appreciate that? Then what you don't want to do like me? Check the option. First, I got 3. And 3 people have requested for first. You requested for what? She requested for me. And it's only one that is left. Don't worry. She has requested for none. Okay, she has also an ambassador. Okay, what do you want? Also an ambassador. Is she one of you? Yeah. I don't want to look like I'm giving out everything to ambassador. Okay, the non-ambassador has been collecting seats. But it was a merit award now. I won't know merit award. So my tenacity and all right, can we proceed? Why is my screen not showing?
And we have to project. How do you project the share? Make it share screen.
Window. Slide.
I think we want to. I think it will be.
Just open this one. Right. Then go to the page here.
All right, I'm deliberate to show this screen. Can you see this screen very well? Can you see it very well?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. From this list I've mentioned, I've done a search on data analyst. Can you see it? And my country of interest was where? United States. And the list of available jobs as at the time that I checked. Can somebody see the total number? All right, somebody should come and see this screen and tell others. 6,000. Not 6.
168,604. 168,604 results.
So as at that time, the request for data analyst in US, as at that time when I searched, was 168,604. Yes, now people that need from recruiters that they need data analysts, that they may either engage virtually or they will ask, are you interested to? So that one know the better say you want to jump out for legally. Instead of all this illegal migration. Oh yeah, you come. This data analyst, which country is this? United Kingdom. Tell us the figure.
21,000.
This one, as at the time when I searched.
21,044 results.
And they are not saying it must be in their country. They are looking for the best data analyst in the world. Anywhere, whether from OAU village. Once you can perform, you are needed. Alright, that's about LinkedIn. I also mentioned about other platforms. Let me check. Upwork. Oh yeah, somebody from here. Okay, please come. Upwork, www.upwork.com. What was the request? Data analytics.
6,932.
Tell them.
6,932.
The request for data analysis as at that time was 6,000 what? They don't want to know whether you are from village. Once you can deliver your service what is needed. Alright. There's another platform I also mentioned. Glassdoor. www.glassdoor. Somebody from this circle. My sister in glasses. Yes, you. Come and tell us. Glassdoor. Check this site. And tell us any data you can see out of it.
19,671.
Oh, yeah, tell them.
19,671.
19,000 that they need data analysis from anywhere in the world. So somebody will not tell me there is no job. Are jobs not available? Are they not available? But the next question is, are you skilled? Are you skilled at that request? And that's the biggest question. So if you are not skilled, then it is an opportunity for you to learn new skill. All right, let me check the last. Is it the last slide? This was supposed to be practical session or using Excel as data analytics tool. You may not be able to cover it. It's supposed to be practical section 2 for one data analysis for Excel, and the second one for what? Power BI. Each one of them will take 1 hour. Huh? So each one of them will take 1 hour. So they are not for today. So the first one is to lay a foundation so that I tell you what are available and what are the opportunities available. So let me answer your questions. So can you clap more for me? Yes, questions?
So thank you very much for that. I think I would probably speak for, or like they had some other people who want, if somebody that's asking now if this happens every week.
Okay.
And I told the person no. And I think that a lot of people will still want to learn more because this practical session now, like, a lot of people want to learn.
That is the cocoa.
That's the cocoa. So I was going to suggest if, because I might not be around again because I'm done with school. Yeah, so that if we can talk with the other ambassadors that are still on campus, if we can maybe have this maybe once in a month or something, so that we can bring, you can always come and there's always something new to learn. Will that be okay?
Yes.
We really appreciate that time.
Who is motivated? Who has heard a dollar before?
Who has heard?
They may be rich in here now.
I have
They may be rich in here now. I just asked who has earned dollar before?
N or L.
And you have worked for it, and they can't pay you whether salary or wage.
I speak for myself, no. Before the end of it's too far. Before the end of the first quarter. Yes, first quarter. First half.
Let me tell you the reality. I do tell people on professional level on Power BI to bunch of certification. Like if they start for exam, the probability of passing the exam is more than 90. And that was not free. You understand? I do organize classes. I take at least 100,000 per person. Yes. As little as 100,000 per person. But that was not me. I don't do free service. Like this one I'm doing now is what? Free service. But you can't compare free service to someone that paid you to come and train me. There's difference. There's difference. You know, I remember about 10,000 at that time. Look at me, 10,000. Yes. And I made sure I paid my money from what? From this Friday. And I have to continue. So, there are 50 sessions, but it can't be compared as the professional level that we go up to the level of certification. So, we can interact, discuss along the line if there's a need for more or better training sessions, then we can discuss. But this one is just to open our eyes that people are living on legally. People, they are paying so much on behalf of somebody to even move out of the work of the country. That is the dream of somebody. That Nigeria is suffering too much. Me, I want to be in Nigeria. That one we can discuss about it later. But it is not part. Are you ready?
Yeah, I have another.
Oh.
All right.
By the way, you should be part of our program before we go.
Yeah, we can.
Let us take it. Yeah. How do we arrange? Okay.
What did you say?
Okay, can we use here?
Yes, let's use that place. The person will take it.
No, I'm thinking of one group photograph.
Yeah, everybody will stand here.
No, okay, let us do like this. Some people may sit down.
Okay, you want
group photograph.
We can stand there.
And you can contain us.
Yeah, you need to contain us. Okay, this view is better.
This view is better.
Okay, let's come outside.
Okay, let some people seated. Why some people will be at the back? So that can contain so much of it. Then we can carry people at the back. That's all. And please let us do that quickly. So me, I would like to stand. There are spaces for whoever that wants to. Yeah. Some of us will be at the back. You don't want to sit, you can sit down. You don't want to sit. There are spaces at the front.
All right.
I hope you can trust your phone.
You can trust my camera. What do you say? I will take one, then somebody will come and take it. You are not showing. You are not showing. Ibrahim. Ibrahim, I think you can stay here. Okay, you show like that. You show like that. Say cheese. Nice. First one, can you come and take?
You said we can trust your camera.
I'll be this close.
Yeah. So, let us go back.
All right.
Thank you so much, Straight.
I'll send pictures to the
All right, no problem, no problem. So, who has not bought anything today? I want to know how many of you. And each of you became early.
I want to be sure.
Yes. Okay, can you identify the next 3 people that came after you? No biasness. You can't remember. Okay, this one. Okay, one. Then you know whoever that's following you. You can't remember. You came together. You have collected something. You have not number 2. I know you have not. You want to use criteria now. Okay, then you have collected something. So we now have this here. We have 1. That one's another book. Your own is another book. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, the 3 of you come and pick it. Your own, hello class. Your criteria is because you came early. That is the criteria. Oh yeah, come and pick it. And so they are the group of t-shirts. Okay, you with t-shirt, we start with you. That's an extra bonus for you. Okay. So we have all this. How do we share it? Okay, I'm not going to tell you. 1, raise up your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you that came late. Okay, who are not you came latest? Ah, you are latest. Yeah, another latest before you. You are who? You also latest. So we now have 6. We now use criteria of latest. The latest will now be out of the mathematics now. We now make 6. And 6 of it will come outside. The 6 of it. So me, I don't know how you share it. I just don't know. I want all of you to hear. Hold on. I want 6 of you to hear. And I will count to 3. Everybody will have to. You are not interested. All of you. But which one again? Okay, I cannot give you that. Yeah, I cannot give you that. You know what? Okay, the next available opportunity. Alright. So, are we done for today? Oh yeah, yes, let me entertain questions.
Yes, it's software. Yes. Yeah. It's free.